Well, welcome to the 6th annual Mamowi Asohtetan Internal Truth and Reconciliation Forum. This is the 6th annual. We have several presenters today, and I'm going to introduce the first. I'm going to do the land acknowledgement first, and then I'm going to introduce the Kala, who's going to start us in a good way. And I'm going to use the land acknowledgement that the task force for Debwewin, Tapwewin, and Tapwewin created for the Indigenous Truth Policy. And please, it's on your table on this the back side of this little card, so you can use it anytime you like. It's there for everyone to use. The land is acknowledged as our mother, the earth. The University of Saskatchewan is committed to honor and support the Indigenous peoples, Indigenous cultures, Indigenous values, and Indigenous languages that belong to the land of Treaty 6 territory and the homeland of the Métis. The University of Saskatchewan is committed to working towards mending colonized lands and protecting the land in a way that demonstrates honor, respect, and love. The University of Saskatchewan extends the commitment to the lands and territories, treaties 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 10, that constitute Saskatchewan, the Swift Current, and all Indigenous peoples that call Saskatchewan home. We are born to the land, and the land claims us. Kala Jessen Williams, Dr. Kala Jessen Williams, had a major part in creating this land acknowledgement, and the word love is in there because she was very adamant that we talk about love in an academic setting, in a good way, because that's what we're all here to do, the internal forum. So with that, I will introduce Dr. Kala Jessen Williams. She's a professor in the College of Education, and she's going to start us in a good way with the Quilek, and I'm not saying it correctly, lighting.
Thank you so much for the introduction, and I am very, very honored to be starting this conference by lighting a little bit of a rooster. And this is the light that gets me so humbled because of the fact that my ancestry lived on this, and that's more or less the only thing that they had for millennials. And just humbles me so much to know that my ancestry, females, for millennials, have been doing this, of tending the fire for the well-being of the community, for their families and the lands and whatnot. Well, because we are in a setting where I don't really have control over the fire at this point, I'm a bit nervous about it because somebody might be jumping onto me. So I'm just going to turn this off because it takes a life on its own, but now you know what this is. And it's soapstone and very warm, and people used to cook in it as well. So, yeah. So, Utsak, good, as we would say, good morning in Inuktitut, friends, colleagues, elders, kindred spirits. And I would like to say grandmothers, and of course grandfathers, of course. Many thanks allowing us to meet today to discuss and come to some kind of solution to the incredible injustice made by the settler community to the First Nations, Métis and Inuit, and remind us that more than 7,000 children had died in the name of the education system, as we know them here in Canada. We stand on the beautiful lands of the Treaty 6 territory and the homelands of the Métis, and thank each of their prayers over millennials that they have done for us to meet today to seek truth. Much like any other Indigenous peoples, we find our lands exceedingly beautiful, and even more so generous. Nuna djävulak, gajannattualuk is the sentiment that Inuit would say, meaning, such a beautiful land and so rich. And it is with that sentiment that Inuit had indeed invited the settled community to also enjoy the beautiful lands and that of resources that were available. Only to realize that in that setting of Canada, this kind of generosity and the beauty of the land have been totally ignored. And this is why we are gathered here today, namely that of trying to see how we can actually do that, of seeing how the lands have provided equality, equity, and beautiful thing on the lands for those to be shared meaningfully across peoples and that of across times and memory, and indeed that of being exceedingly grateful for what we have today and what we have had. So may that spirit be with you today for this conference, in your deliberations to seek truth, to reconcile. Thank you.
Thank you, Kala. That was beautiful, and we're so appreciative to have you here speaking on behalf of Inuit culture and language and showing us and teaching us. Next, we have Brandy Turan. She is a Métis singer and performer, born and raised in Saskatoon. She is a devoted wife, mother, and student who is currently completing her third year toward her BEd and at SUNTEP.
If we can please stand for the Métis anthem. In the forest, on the river, and across the western plain, as the white man journeyed westward to the land of the Indian, a new race was created, a new nation rose up strong. Hardship as its destiny, and its curse to not belong. In the land from which they came, in the land they helped to build, they found themselves the alien, found their vision unfulfilled. And despite their valiant effort to defend what they believed, when at last the battle ended, they were only left to grieve. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. For the newest generation and the future ones to come, with the past to motivate us, it will help to keep us strong. As we build this Métis nation, as we watch it rise again, our past loss is motivation to inspire our future gain. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. We are proud to be Métis, watch our nation rise again. Never more forgotten people, we're the true Canadian. Qu'est-ce que merci.
Wow. I first heard Brandy sing that song at the Indigenous Achievement Week at Gordon Oaks Red Bear Student Center, and it just catches my breath every time she does that that rendition and that song. It just her voice is so gorgeous. So thank you so much, Brandy. Now I'd like to invite Joseph Netauhau to come up to the stage and do an opening and a song.
Right here, I guess would be good, eh? Can everybody hear me? This is like a song that I used to sing for ITEP graduation back in 1800s. When the Indian control of Indian education was starting. That was when Oris Morawski was the director, good Ukrainian friend of ours, and he helped a lot of young people. He knew everybody, and he always asked me once I came back to university. It took me 20 years to finish my degree. I was busy doing other things. Went back into indigenous ways of knowing, and going to ceremony and singing. And like Harvey's here singing. I'm glad they're singing that song today that was gifted by Tyrone. That's an old style of singing. It's really, you got to have lots of energy. And I don't have too much energy these days because of the shingles I had this past year. So, but I think I can sing my song. But to try to learn really long, like a strong power song, is something different. So I'm going to dedicate this to this gathering. 50 years ago, I was here. I think I was, I was in Regina. Just going off to university. I would have been 20, getting married and everything was all starting. And that was just when Indian control of Indian education was really, really picking up. It was really getting strong, and I'm glad to see Saul here, Saul Sanderson. Just a quick story. When I went to residential school at 5 years old, a couple of years later, I started getting into trouble, getting myself into trouble, not knowing that I was still carrying my grandmother and my grandfather with me. They would take me out to go duck hunting or to go snare rabbits, or else even go with my grandfather to go and snare chickens, grouse. So I carried that into the residential school in PA at the All Saints Indian School, and I was. I heard there were some chickens nearby somehow. Good Indian, you got to be a good Cree hunter. So I knew how to just wander around. I used to do that back in Sturgeon Lake First Nation. So there I am, and these chickens were inside a chicken coop. And I started shooting at them with my friend Wilson from Deshambu Lake, So I started shooting at these chickens, and they were cackling and cackling. Of course, it was really obvious that the owner, probably saw us, we were trying to be really sneaky, and stand up with a slingshot, And all of a sudden, there's this police car pulls up. And I'd never seen a police car yet. That's the first time I saw a police car. And this gentleman comes out. And he was friendly. I was really glad he was friendly. He says, "What are you boys doing here? It's like, you shouldn't be out here, Come on, jump in the cruiser, jump in the police car." And that was Saul Sanderson. He was one of the first constables back then, so he picked me up. So I was so happy he picked me up, And so he picked me up and took me back to the school, and I tried not to get caught after that. So that's a little bit of a background of my life within ITEP and also outside of that. So this is I kind of went the music route, arts, after 20. And this song came to me back in 1992 with a friend of mine. I always worked with allies, always being connected to people from I guess you could say, settler Canada. Always connected them, and this song was born from that here in Saskatoon. So it was just a feeling that I was having. I wanted people to get along, I wanted people to live and work together and, at least, like Carla says, love one another. That was sort of what I was missing that in my life, so I wanted that for humanity, so it was just the way I was feeling. So this is all one people for everybody. And, we are all one people, we all come from one creation way on high. We are all one nation under one great sky, you and I. We are all one people, we are all one color in her eyes. We are all one people. We are all one nation. We are all one color if we try and do it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Joseph. You always bring a smile to everyone's face. I think about you and I smile, and when you speak, you always have kind words, and you put everyone at ease. So thank you so much for that. This year, for our mamowi asohtetan Internal Truth and Reconciliation Forum, we are focusing our conversation on the 50th anniversary of the Indian Teacher Education Program and the contributions made by the more than 3,000 Indigenous teachers the program has graduated over the past 50 years. Yvette's not allowed to sit in front of me and stare at me and then start crying. Today is a celebration of reflections, acknowledgments, and plans for the future. We're so grateful that we're able to contribute to celebrating this year of accomplishments and looking back and doing those reflections, but also looking towards the future. Mamowi, asohtetan, let's cross this together. A commitment by the University of Saskatchewan to continue the conversation and hard work towards truth and reconciliation. Each year, we commit to educating ourselves and others on a path forward. Oh, and I forgot oh man, I have like this whole section in my talk and I didn't bring. Does anybody have their truth and reconciliation little handbook that you put in your pocket? This is a test. Anyone? Anyone? I'm looking at Val because she always gives them out at, she gave them all away. Anybody have one? Okay, we've all failed today. But there are two, on the 10th, if you look it up, or have your little orange Truth and Reconciliation booklet at home, or on your desk, where it should be at home and on your desk at work, and you're thinking about it. And I always go through, and especially Sunday mornings when I've just got my coffee, and I go in and sit down, and I'm cozied up, and both my dogs have to lay on me. I read a passage from that booklet because I need it to remind me. I need to reconnect every week, and so that the week coming forward, I can think about what I need to be doing and how I need to be thinking. And there's a part in that first section of guiding principles, and I'm going to do this all from memory. The guiding principles. Oh, look at you. Teeny. I was just joking with my son this morning that my eyes are going, and then he said something. I was like, "Oh, I can't hear you. My ears are going too." And he just laughs. I think this is. I'm looking for guiding principles. Almost. Thank you, though. She got a B. But they're in the guiding principles at the beginning of the book. There are commitments that the Commission has asked us to utilize. And this book, my very worn handbook, and I have several, but the one that I use every Sunday morning is coming apart. And last night I was fretting over what I was going to say this morning and how I was not going to cry because Yvette was going to make me. And I was taping it back together because it was starting to come apart. I'd used it so much, and it's got tabs all over it. And of course, it's tabbed for today's speech, and then I left my bag in my office. So from memory, I'm thinking about that guiding principle number 10 that talks about what our commitment is and what we need to do and why we need to do it. And part of that passage, for me, there are two of the most important aspects of that guiding principle, and that hits home really hard for me. And the first part of that is and it's actually the end of that number 10, is about dismantling of centuries of assimilation. These practices have heavily come in the form of educational experiences for Indigenous youth. Experiences like the Indian boarding schools in the United States and the residential schools here in Canada, both filled with abuse and an erasure of culture and its language, exclusionary cultural or curriculum devaluing or erasing Indigenous people from historical and present-day contributions. And then also, this idea of assimilation rings true because there's rampant racism in our classrooms by educators directed at our brown-faced children. I raise these issues not to cast a black cloud on the event planned for today, but rather to shine a bright light on the fact that our focus today is fully about a program that, by its very existence, combats the aforementioned every single day of its existence. It is the Indigenous teachers, ITEP graduates, and that sends these teachers to the classroom all over the country that positively affirms students in the classroom, like my brown-faced child. My mom flew in last night. She said, "Oh no, I'm gonna come." And I thought, I'll never make it. I'll never make it through talking about this. And thankfully she was too overwhelmed by the travel, and she was like, "I'll just stay home and take care of the dogs." Whew, thank God. The ITEP teachers remind non-Indigenous students and educators to value Indigenous culture, language, and traditions. The second part of the Commission's 10th guiding principle that stays with me in doing more than just talking about reconciliation, but rather living reconciliation every day. That piece is so poignant for me, that it has to be an everyday dedication. It takes dedication, discipline, reflection, and acknowledgement, and where we can individually all do better. For Indigenous people, there is no choice to do better. It is expected of us by our communities, our families, and internally. For non-Indigenous people to live the values of reconciliation, it could mean life or death for Indigenous people. Knowledge and understanding about reconciliation by people in positions of power will mean the difference between life and death for some Indigenous people. History teaches us that every day. So I ask you to listen, hear, and internalize what you witnessed today. Hear the stories from the knowledge keepers, the supporters, witnesses, the students, both past and present, and from those who are the heart and soul of the program, the amazing team sitting here in front of me, who work tirelessly to make sure Indigenous students receive all they need to succeed in accomplishing their educational goals. I ask you to carry with you from this room, at the end of the day, a renewed and continued commitment to reconciliation beyond just talking about it, but rather living it every day in all parts of your lives. So, on that note, I'm going to get this party started today. This is a celebration, right? We're all here to have some fun and listen and celebrate and learn and listen. I'm gonna stop crying. Okay, Auntie. And with that, I'm going to introduce to the stage Provost, actually I'm gonna have the President come and please welcome President Stoichev to the stage for opening remarks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Angela, for those great remarks. And welcome everybody. It's a real privilege to be here and to be invited to say, excuse me, a few words at the beginning of this. I want to first of all ask you to join me in acknowledging that we are on Treaty 6 territory in the traditional homeland of the Métis, and we pay our respects to our First Nations and Métis ancestors of this place and reaffirm our relationships with one another. This is an excellent example of how we can do that, and one example of the kind of work that can be done, as Angela was saying, every single day and every part of every day. This is the 6th annual Internal Building Reconciliation or Truth and Reconciliation Forum. They started back in 2017, and they were designed to continue the discussion that began when we hosted the first National Building Reconciliation Forum in this room, on this stage right here. Some of you in this room today were here those 7 or 8 years ago. We did that in the fall of 2015. The Truth and Reconciliation report had just come out with its calls to action, or at least the draft version of it had just come out. I think it officially came out the very month that we were meeting, or maybe a month later. Blaine Fable was our chancellor. Eugene Archon was an elder. They were the ones who spoke to the university about the fact that it had to step up and play the role that it did on that day by convening university leaders from around the country, elders, chiefs from around the country, to get together in this room and have probably the most important discussion, certainly of that day, maybe for a long time. And out of that, a number of people at the university got together and determined that we couldn't just have that as a kind of one-off event and then hope for the best, but that at this university at least we had to gather together and have an internal building reconciliation forum at least once a year. And that's what this is the 6th version of. And I think it's important for everybody here to understand that history, and in a couple of minutes I want to acknowledge at least some of the people who have helped to bring us together in this room as we are again today. And it was at that Building Reconciliation Forum that, and I know some of you have heard me say this, but I think it's so important, that Justice Sinclair, who was speaking here, said that education is the key to reconciliation. And although it's a simple set of a small number of words, actually it has layers of implications to it, and lots of implications for us as an educational place. And I've often thought since then, and often said since then, that we have to play a role if what Angela just described so movingly is going to happen. It has to happen in educational spaces. I mean, it has to happen in a lot of spaces, but if it doesn't happen in educational spaces, we're all going to fail. And that's why I think it's important that we're here today. Each year, this forum provides another important opportunity for our campus community to come together. We're all, I think, moved, pleased, humbled, proud at the same time, if those two things can go together, by the fact that every year this room is packed with people staying for the day to do their best to make the changes that are necessary. We were together last week, just across the hall, to work on the asohtetan strategy, and next week we'll be together on Redress Day, because our university does have a responsibility to be a leader in reconciliation and to show how a university is a crucial key to reconciliation. And we also know that we're here to celebrate the wonderful success story of ITEP, and the fact that it was started half a century ago in 1973, and since that time it's developed into one of the most important and innovative programs that the College of Education offers at this university, and I dare say the model of its kind for the entire country and no doubt beyond. My understanding is that more than 3,000 teachers have graduated from the program, more than 3,000, and they've gone on to take leadership roles in teaching and administration and in Indigenous and non-Indigenous governance as well. And programs like ITEP are helping to build successful schools, back to what I just said about the importance of education and building reconciliation, and building successful communities and nations. Through successful programs like ITEP, the university has been committed to supporting and inspiring Indigenous students by providing pathways and programs and dedicating resources designed to increase student access and improve outcomes. And it began when there were very, very few Indigenous students on this campus. Blaine Fable was our chancellor back when I began as president. He was a student in the education college back in the early 80s. And I remember him saying to me at many different times in many different ways that he knew about 8 students on the campus who were Indigenous, and figured that he knew all the Indigenous students on the campus at that time. There were some other programs and initiatives that started the work being done. There was the Native Law Center. Roger Carter was one of the ones who was the impetus behind that in the mid-'70s. The Native Studies Department in Arts and Science are a couple of those other initiatives, and of course the ITEP program. And they have made a huge difference. And I mention them and dwell on them a little bit just to say, not that somehow or other we should be satisfied with that, hardly, but that good work was done in isolated parts of this university by people who knew what was needed at the time, and that work hasn't been for naught, but it has begun to accumulate. The way we've been able to understand what needs to be done is by having the kinds of conversations that we will have again today, and by learning from the knowledge keepers and elders. None of what we're talking about today could have been done without them, and that's why I love the translated title of this session, Let's Cross This Together. And I'm thinking here, and I'm going to leave a lot of people out unintentionally, and I don't have the time to name everybody, but I just wanted to give you a sense of all of the people who have contributed over recent years, merely recent years, to bring us into this room together to have another successful, hard at times, look it in the eye discussion about the things that need to be done. I'm thinking here of Louise Haff, Roland Duquette, Harvey Thunderchild, Blaine Favel, Norman Fleury, who's here as well, Harry LaFond. Joseph, thank you for your song and your words. The Linklaters, they were the first elders that I knew at this university when I was in arts and science. The years of work that have been done by Candace Waskas-Lafferty and her office. The vision of Douglas Cardinal that gave us the beauty of the Gordon Oaks Red Bear Student Center. Perry Bellegarde, who spoke at the first National Building Reconciliation Forum here. Judy Pelly, Saul Sanderson, here today, you'll hear more. Chief Felix Thomas, more recently Chief Mark Archon, Chief Darcy Bear, Eugene Archon, as I mentioned, the FSIN chiefs and vice chiefs. The Indigenous USSU presidents, starting with Max Feinday, who said all the right things at the right time that we needed to hear. The MOUs that we've signed with Indigenous and Métis nations and organizations. The work that's been done by Indigenous people that led to the MOU that we signed with the city of Saskatoon and with Wanuskewin. The work of Dr. Verna St. Dennis, who's here today, the creation of and the work done by the relatively new Office of the Vice Provost Indigenous Engagement. The work that's been led through Universities Canada that was the result of thousands of hours of consultation and learning from Indigenous people across the country. The really hard work that's been done by our Indigenous faculty and staff who have held my and collectively our feet to the fire and shown us the importance of the way forward. From our original mission, vision, and values statement created back in '93 and updated in 2016 to the pillars of our university plan 2025, to the gift of the Indigenous strategy that the university received from the elders in 2021. Some of you were at that ceremony. It took place out on the grass here in August of that year. Increasing Indigenous achievement and engagement has been a long-standing priority for the university, but my reason for mentioning those individuals, and as I say, that's just a partial list, is there is no way that we could be moving forward on this if it weren't for everything that they continue to give us, and you'll hear more about that today. And that's what allows us to continue to be a beacon of hope for a brighter future together. We launched our comprehensive campaign last week. Many of you are aware of that and in fact have been a part of it, and a part of it is committed to supporting Indigenous student achievement by creating a new endowment fund for scholarships and bursaries, initiating new programming and supports for learners, and continuing to reduce barriers to post-secondary education. You would have heard that we are 65% or so of the way toward reaching the goal for that campaign. And a lot of that funding is for exactly that. There is nothing that we are raising money for through that campaign that is more meaningful to donors so far, given the record that we've had so far, than supporting Indigenous student success and Indigenous research, scholarly, and artistic work at this university. And so we need to keep our eyes and our hearts focused on supporting Indigenous ways of knowing, advancing decolonization, and mobilizing the TRC's calls to action. Our faculty have received funding to address Indigenous-specific racism in Canadian academies, and that's because of the faculty that we have here and the expertise that they have and the fact that they're part of this kind of environment and part of these kinds of discussions. They're in the midst of it, and that's why they can do the work that they can do. Others are going to be working alongside Inuit artists to explore the power of traditional storytelling practices. Our researchers continue to play a critical role in a new national patient-driven network addressing the challenges of heart failure, which disproportionately impacts Indigenous peoples. Others, and many of you in the room would know this, are working to support the ground-penetrating radar and oral history research at 4 Saskatchewan First Nations. Yet others of our faculty have received funding to address the systemic biases that challenge Indigenous youth sports activities. Our provost, who you'll hear from in a moment, was in New York City to speak to 800 delegates at the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues last week. The Johnson Shoyama School for Public Policy announced a chair in Métis governance and policy just 2 months ago. Kurt Boyer is there, who's inhabiting that chair. Just last week, our board and our Senate approved a new Department of Indigenous Health and Wellness in the College of Medicine. That's a first in this country. And our self-identified Indigenous student enrollments continue to rise at the graduate level. There's a lot of other work that needs to be done there. Of course, we opened our PA campus, and the purpose of that is to allow access for aspiring university students from northern and more remote communities who would otherwise not be able to get here. And as you all know, just last month, the implementation strategy for the Deboywan policy was released, and so much to say about that. I say all this not to say that we should be satisfied, as I keep repeating exactly the opposite. Much work does lie ahead, and that's why we're here today and why we've been here for now 6 years in a row for this kind of meeting, and why I assume we will be together like this in the years to come. But I did want to say we've come a long way. It's been because of all of the Indigenous people who have supported us on that journey. Let's not lose sight of that. Let's not lose sight of all that they have worked so hard to allow us to become. Let's not lose sight of that. It's not about us. It's about the fact that Indigenous people have supported us to play this role. And we want to get the traction from that into the day-to-day lives of everyone on this campus. That remains the big challenge in front of us. Well, with that, thank you very much, everyone, for inviting me to say a few words, and thanks to the organizers of this for all their hard work as well. Thank you very much.
Oh, he took my speech with him. I'm kidding. Next, I'd like to invite to the stage Provost Dr. Irene.
Thanks so much. That's a lovely, warm welcome. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate so much of working alongside you. Thank you. Well, hello, everyone. Bonjour. And in the languages of the first peoples of these lands, Tan Se, Tan Si, Han, Edlana Te, Anin. And to Dr. Carla Williamson, who my words to her are Talo Falava, Fafatai Tele Lava Mole Avanoa. We are really so pleased to be here together for the 6th annual Mamowi Asohtetan Internal Truth and Reconciliation Forum. Let's cross this together. I do want to say thank you to Carla for her opening remarks and for the sacred lighting, the sacred quilt lighting. What a gift to witness that together, and to hear her words to say, let's cross this together, and to answer the question, why would we do that? She said it's to seek truth, to reconcile. And I and we together, we've heard that urging just now also from our President Stoichev, to seek the truth, to reconcile, to recognize the journey so far and the journey ahead as well. So it really is good to be all together and to have Brandy Taranda open the way, singing the Métis national anthem, for Knowledge Keeper Joseph Natauau, for your words, your sharing of the stories from here, and the opening song, you telling us, reminding us, singing to us that we are all one people under this sky, this very big sky here. We try, we are to do it, we are to cross together to reconciliation. It's wonderful to have the chance to look around. I have the best view right now, the very best view possible. And to have this chance that we all will have to get to know everyone here and our special guests, including Solomon Sanderson, a founding leader of the Assembly of First Nations. And he'll be joined by Dr. Verna St. Denise and ITEP Director Yvette Akan for a panel discussion. I so cherish that we have thought about our speakers being comfortable. These touches of respect and saying thank you before we actually hear from you, that touches me, and I want to say thank you for those who gave that careful thought. To our knowledge keepers and family, thank you for being here. And I look across and I see my colleague, deans and executive directors, our deputy provost. I see my fellow senior administrators here as well. And we're here because we're here to do this work, to cross together. It's hard to fathom 3,000, the great 3,000 over 50 years. So just thank you and welcome to staff, students and alumni from the Indian Teacher Education Program who are here today. And Yvette, thank you for your leadership. Thank you. This event is possible because you're here and we're all here together. It's also possible because the efforts of the Mr. Timok Committee, our wonderful Dr. Angela Jaime and her equally wonderful team in the Office of the Vice Provost Indigenous Engagement. President Stoichev has just urged us, as he has since his very first setting of priorities as President of our University of Saskatchewan, to do our best together to make the changes needed for truth and reconciliation. I sense some hope in the room. I sense that we can feel the current of the river that we acknowledged in the opening words from Angela. I sense that we can feel that flow, and that's why we're coming here, because we want to keep going together. And so I say thank you from all of us to President Stoichev for your priorities, for your vision and your leadership. University of Saskatchewan's Indian Teacher Education Program, ITEP, I'm on brand, exemplifies how we can implement the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action alongside our University 2025 plan and Upahutan, the Indigenous strategy that was gifted to us, that was our responsibility to receive as a gift, and how it is possible to move forward as a community. What an incredible 50 years to hear of. And this needed increasing of First Nation teachers within this province and across Canada. I rise for all of us to acknowledge this long and proud history of ITEP. I rise with all of us to acknowledge that not long after that beginning in February 1973, we saw in April 1980 the Saskatchewan Urban Native Teacher Education Program begin as well, and have this goal of ensuring that the people of Métis ancestry are also part of this expanding teaching profession. And I rise to also acknowledge how important it is to have a host academic home in the College of Education at the University of Saskatchewan. We've all been part of this up to today, and we're all part of what's coming ahead. There's so much to recognise, so much to learn, and so much to do together, and we can feel the flow. So our humble, bold vision as a university is to be an outstanding institution of research, learning, knowledge-keeping, reconciliation, and inclusion with and by Indigenous peoples and communities. So it makes sense that we have this theme, let's cross this together. It makes sense that in the acknowledgement of territory shared from the Dibwaywan, Tupwaywan, Dibwaywan policy, that we acknowledge the swift current, Saskatchewan, that is our river that flows by here. And I was willing Angela on in her opening remarks, her courage to find breath and to say all that was needed. I was thinking as she spoke about the river, I was called to memories I have of standing by rivers as I've stood by this river here as well. And I thought, Angela, about what it would take to cross this river together, to literally cross this river together. And I remembered learning in the rivers of my homeland of Aotearoa how to cross a river safely. And there was one time when we needed to get across in order to find shelter, in order to continue the journey the next day. The river was a wee bit swollen, it was a wee bit grey, as sometimes happens with this river as well. And the person who was teaching us at that time said, remember 3 things: stand close, find the flow, and step forward. So we took hands together, just like we could today. We held hands and we started moving to the river. And Mike said, stand close. So then we pulled our hands in close, and he said, stand close. So then we linked our arms together, and that gave us this unified strength to stand close. And then we started walking straight across the river, and he said, find the flow. So we weren't to go against it, we weren't to go across it, we were to find the energy in the flow of the river and work with that standing close. And some of us were hesitant about stepping into the river at that time, but he said, step forward. And so we all had to step forward close, finding the flow. And we made it across. We found shelter. We were able to nourish ourselves. We were able to continue the journey. I just imagine us all going down to the river, standing close and finding the flow and stepping forward. And I know we don't have to do that. We're not going to do some elementary teachers wish to do cooperative learning right now in this space. We're not going to do that. But we can imagine that. We can imagine that together as we listen to our speakers today. They're asking us to come close. They're going to tell us about the flow. They're going to ask us to step forward. So as I'm listening today, I'm going to be giving thanks for everything and everyone here in this room, all the history that's coming in, and this encouragement to live reconciliation every day. And I hope you'll join me sometime during the day. I'm going to write down one action that will come to me during this day, during the words shared, informally, formally. I'm going to write down one action from today, and I'm going to share this with 6 others. One person for each year that we've been gathering, coming closer, finding the flow, stepping together. I'm going to write down one action, and I'm going to share that with 6 others, 6 people. And I hope you'll join me in that and find me sometime doing laps of the bowl, and you'll tell me what that action was, who you shared it with, and what they said to encourage you and us further. So we're in for a great day. It's going to be thought-provoking and inspiring, and I know we're going to stand close. We're going to find that flow, and we're going to step forward. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Irini, for your words and reminding us about crossing this. Let's cross this together. It is my understanding that Kevin Lewis and Randy Morin had a hand, if not the hand, in gifting this with mamowi asohtetan. Am I right, Randy? So please thank Randy for the words that we're using today. And I don't think I saw Kevin. Is Kevin here? Oh, he's in our thoughts. We're thinking about him and thanking him. So next up, we have a historical context of ITEP delivered to you by the very famous Yvette Arcand.
I just want to thank everybody for taking time out of your busy schedule. And over the years, I feel like I've really got to know so many of you that are sitting here. And it is quite humbling to be able to do this type of presentation and to just explain a little bit about who we are, where we came from, why we're still existing today, and the importance of that. But I also just want to acknowledge all the people that have worked at ITEP. The list is so long that have supported ITEP. And specifically to Dr. Cecil King, who has passed recently, Oris Morawski, who was one of the directors for a couple decades, and to Chris Scribe, who was here just to make sure that we incorporated and live the words that Indian Control of Indian Education has really helped guide the work. And to remember that without the ancestors that are coming into our space, this morning before we left the College of Education, we smudged. 5 years ago, even 3 years ago, that wasn't even a possibility without getting a complaint. So it just shows the hard work that every one of us has done in order to make sure that Indigenous people are welcome here. So with that, I'm going to call up my staff because, even though people assume that it's only just the leaders that are leading this, it's really about the hard work that every one of the staff actually bring to the table every day. They bring their commitment, and each of them bring also their ancestors that are also, when we do a pipe ceremony at the beginning of the year, that pipe ceremony is bringing every one of those students, our staff, all the people that have gone before us, and they're our backers. They make sure that we're following what we need to. They're making sure that we are answering what they wanted. And every day we're reminded of the Indian control of Indian education. So I think my staff are a little bit shy. Come on, come up. They're such humble people that there's no way that they would have graciously did this on their own. So I kind of voluntold them that this is what you're going to be doing. It's not just about me, it's about our team. And that's the way that we live every day. So I just want to welcome and thank both Joe and Randy for their singing. And all the elders that have included us in our prayer. I'm sure, Saul, that when you started your day as you're driving over, and Judy, and there's so many people that I know that said a prayer for us today. I want to thank the dignitaries for their kind words, and for Carla for lighting the flame. Before there was Indigenous programs like ITEP, so our president mentioned that there was about 8 in the 80s, but even at that time there was maybe only 5 Indigenous people that were on our campus. So when we started in 1973, we started out with 24 Indigenous people on this university. They were new to campus. They were new to our university, and they were new to the city, many of them coming in from residential schools where they were educated. Many of them were still trying to unpack all the trauma. And that's still something we're still trying to do today. Tell you a little bit about who we are as a staff. And this makes it really quite, when we do the work of every day, we understand where our students are coming from. As you see, we're all Indigenous. We're ITEP alumni, or took the ITEP program. We have similar histories. We lived the experiences just like our students. We know where these students came from. We know that there's Indigenous students because of the program that we're able to guide them into becoming teachers, that we're able to speak on their behalf, and that I'm sure that if I talk to probably 10 people, there's an ITEP alumni that has reached out and has helped guide them, knowingly or unknowingly. All of our staff started out as parents, even before they started to become teachers. That has shifted exactly what we need to do on a daily basis, because our story is no different than many of the students that are coming into our program. We've worked in schools. We have suffered the same kind of economic factors, mental illness, how to balance work, school, and family. And you'll hear that ITEP is our family. And so we always take the students under our wing. We've had parents who have just kind of dropped their children off at the door and said, we'll be back here in 4 years to get them as teachers. And that kinship is what has really helped guide that family feeling. We want to make sure that everybody is doing what they need to And so just like how I would educate my own niece and nephew, sometimes it is sometimes a quick kick in the butt to make sure that they're doing what they need to. Because our work is so important. Our work is to make sure that we have the role models, that we have the people that are going to be guiding the future, and that they are excellent. And that was what Indian Control of Indian Education, they wanted that. So we have Arlene Bear. Arlene is from Muscadet, Cal Chief CAF, who has been very much a part of Saskatchewan, even though he's from Alberta. Taianai First Nation. Lori Ann Daniels, I'll just say that she's going to be a new member of Mistwasis First Nation, transferring bands. Naomi Baker from Thunderchild, and Jade Ryan. Jade has also been a really, she's been adopted into our family, but she originally comes from Nova Scotia. And so the hard work that each of our staff, I'm really grateful that we have such great staff. So in 1973, our program started. I have to just acknowledge Dr. Cecil King, who actually wrote this book. Like I mentioned, he recently passed away, but before he passed, he wanted to write his memoir. And it talks about a life of Indian education throughout his years at Queen's, ITEP, starting ITEP, First Nations University of Canada, and all the other places that he's actually influenced. Saul will tell us a little bit about the Indian Control of Indian Education and where that stemmed from. But when I was looking at these 10 principles of why ITEP has actually been here and why it's still survived and what we still are doing today, we look at what Cecil had to say here. He said, the Indian Teacher Education Program model was based on 10 principles. Indian involvement, the orientation principle. So that's when our students were getting oriented to city life in the university. During this period, skills in reading, math, and study habits were upgraded to meet the admission standard and prepare for the university work as well. Equal certification. All of our classes, it's the exact same courses that every student in the College of Education has. Continuous field experience. Coordination between university courses and field experience. Cooperative planning among course instructors. Relevant course content. Flexibility. Tutorial aspect, and the counseling aspect. So when they were trying to get all of the students riled up, one of the things that Cecil said was they had to go out and look at for the potential students. And this is what he says. It would have been so embarrassing to get all the approvals from the program, hire the staff and the professors, and then have no one to take the courses. Research at that time showed that most Indian students did not achieve their grade 12 graduation. So we knew we had to fill our people with who wanted to become teachers, who had some kind of classroom experience, such as teacher aides, were mature, or had experience working with children, or they were in a responsible position. They were classified as adult admissions. So without the work that Cecil did and all of the FSI, the National Indian Brotherhood, there's no way that a lot of us would be here today. We're going to be hearing from Judy Pelly, who was one of the first students accepted into the program. She'll tell a little bit about her story. When in 1973, when the program was actually started, the progress was actually recorded. And when they were recording that, they knew that there needed to be tutorial counselors to assist the students to the supports that they needed for academic success. We went from a 2.5-year program into 1984, a Bachelor of Education program. During that one report, we actually seen that there was 4 people that finished the 2.5-year program. 4 people went straight into teaching, and 4 people continued on with their B.Ed. So that just tells that the academic performance of our students, that we're no different than any other student in the college. So we just want to thank everybody that has made those words. And you'll see there that there's a picture there of the first ITEP class. And it was a really informal picture, but nonetheless, it just speaks about the wealth of the experiences of our people.
Little hi. Danse Nesigasun, Nia Arlene Bear, Ochinia Muscatine First Nation. So the ITEP mandate, our program is a 4-year post-secondary preparing students to teach in elementary and secondary schools. ITEP provides academic, personal, and cultural support programs, cultural student support, sorry. There are over 3,000 graduates and over 400 graduate students, including PhD students. Where's the button here? Make sure I touch it. Oh. Thank you, Lorianne. Yep. So our ITEP mission statement: the Indian Teacher Education Program has been strengthening First Nations education since 1972. ITEP continues to support mission statement of Indian control of Indian education. Indian control of Indian education is a statement of values. Using the guiding principles of Indian control of Indian education to help communities make the awareness of how education is important by enhancing First Nations worldviews and values. I just want to share some stories. Students that come through ITEP, past, current students. So many students say that we are a family at ITEP, lifelong friendships and relationships. ITEP brings people together. The ITEP program was based on support and community. This one really, what the student had said just really hit home with me, and I could truly relate what the student was saying. My heart was transformed. I come to appreciate so much about the world around me. I've realized a change within myself in the past 2 to 4 years. A change from the way I think, the way I talk, and the way we respond to the world around me. It's now, I know it's because of the community at ITEP. It's the relationships, the teachings, the culture that has helped me find my purpose, my passion of who I am. I just want to say, I could truly relate to the students where they're coming from. Ego se, dinage, mio gansik. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Tansa Naomi Baker Nitigatson, Kaptigona Tsinia. I am from Thunder Child First Nation. Who our students are. Our students could be admitted into the main college, but they choose ITEP. We currently have over 200 students, and 99% of them are associated with First Nations. Many of our students are single parents, both male and female. Some of those students make the sacrifice to leave their families and their communities to attend classes in Saskatoon here on campus. Half of our students have experiences with culture and language, and the other half have never smudged, don't know their First Nation identity, and finding themselves on their learning journey to knowing who they are and where they come from. Many of our students are not just from Saskatchewan, but they come from all over Canada, and a few from the United States, which ITEP initiated through the Jay Treaty. There's also a mixture of students straight from out of grade 12 and others as mature students with life experiences. Our program started in 1978. As you are aware, we have on-campus program, but we also have community-based programs. The first community-based program started in 1978, and we have just signed an agreement with White Bear First Nations that will start in September 2023.
So when we look at our Bachelor of Education degree, you'll see that there's an overlap between the BEd and the culture and identity piece. When I first started my BEd, my grandfather, who was a medicine man, called me to the reserve and to his house. I was already living here in the city. And he lit the pipe, and he explained to me that he wanted me to make sure that I walked in both worlds. He wanted me to make sure that I didn't forget where I came from, who I was, but also he wanted me to be able to talk in the words of the white man. He wanted me to be able to share who I was. He wanted me to share our culture and our identity and the protocols. And he wanted me to be able to walk in that non-First Nation world. So as that fire started lifting and all that smoke started lifting, I really take, and every time that I lift see that smoke and smudge, I'm reminded that I have an obligation to my grandfather to make sure that I can walk both worlds, and that's something that all of our students that came before any of us wanted to make sure that we are able to do both of that. So each, at the start of every year, we start out with a pipe ceremony, which brings our ancestors back to help guide us and our students in their important work. Our students walk in both worlds, the term known as two-eyed seeing. The recognition that there's two worlds of knowledge, Western and Indigenous. That picture depicts the importance of that, and that the culture and identity is just as important as the academic knowledge. Like it was mentioned, our program requirements are the same as any other College of Education student, but that infusing of First Nations identity and culture are intertwined with that program, with our program. So when we're looking at those two different aspects, that the easy part, I always say, is the academic. We have people like you that are helping our students become better writers, better researchers. But with that, so that's this, our students are elevated through the identity of knowing who they are, knowing where they came from, and being able to pass that on to their own children in their own classrooms as they become teachers. So walking in those both worlds are important. And as Indigenous people working on campus, sometimes it could be, we have a lot of weight, we have a lot of responsibility, but we look at the young people that are in those classrooms. A little kindergarten one could be our boss. We have that obligation to make sure that we are giving them that strength to be able to be excellent people that can contribute to the society of our province of Saskatchewan and in Canada.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Building course content and program content around students' knowledge and interests is important to ITEP. We're not only preparing post-secondary students, but we're also preparing teacher candidates. ITEP instructors build on what students know to demonstrate a pedagogy that is student and community-centered. ITEP is a meeting place for many Indigenous students across Turtle Island on Treaty 6 and homeland of the Métis territory. Through common lived experiences, the staff and students, and in many cases their families, build a community of safety, humor, lots of humor, and kinship. When we're talking about what our grandparents wanted, including my own, they wanted us to apply what we learned throughout our lives. They wanted us to know who we are and to see ourselves as part of the community, to be active, to be seen, and to contribute. These values are reflected in a broad areas of learning document that outlines the aims of K-12 education in Saskatchewan. Along with that, the Indian Control of Indian Education policy documents reflect the values that are goals in education long before colonization in Indigenous communities. Quoting the Indian Control of Indian Education document, when our children come to school, they have already developed certain attitudes and habits which are based on experiences in the family. School programs which are influenced by these values respect cultural priority and are an extension of the education which parents give children from their first years. These early lessons emphasize attitudes of self-reliance, respect for personal freedom, generosity, respect for nature, and wisdom. Many families are connected to ITEP. Many of us attended ITEP because our families were students throughout the 50 years of this unique program, myself included. ITEP is not only about learning in a safe space academically. Instructors and staff take the time throughout the years to be with the students as people. ITEP students come with a wealth of knowledge that is respected and celebrated. Staff and students connect on a regular basis in social and cultural events. We also encourage an open door policy that emphasizes relationship building.
So as you can see that ITEP incorporates our elders in all communities, and that our elders are seen as libraries and also knowledge keepers and knowledge holders in our communities. And the following is the approach in which ITEP incorporates. So year one, we have pipe ceremonies, there's life cycle, gender roles, protocols, identity teachings, traditional games, feasts. And year two is winter, which we incorporate life cycle, again, pipe ceremonies, star knowledge, storytelling, winter survival, giveaways, round dances, and medicine teachings. Year three, we incorporate concepts of life cycle, pipe ceremonies, medicine walks, and land use. And year four, we have, again, pipe ceremonies, canoe lake teachings, teepee raisings, hair and body teachings, trauma life skills. Our Indigenous ways of knowing consists of, like what I just mentioned, these are all examples of how nature informs Indigenous sense of pedagogy. Okay.
Danse, Lorianne Daniels, Nasigasun, Hokanese First Nation, Ochiniat. Traditionally, I come from Mistawasas, Nahiwak, and Standing Buffalo Dakota Nation. So as Cal had just talked a little bit about, he shared some of the seasons or the PDs or cultural opportunities that we have for our students. He shared some insights on how we incorporate culture into the program, but it's also important to emphasize that we don't have an actual hierarchical model within the ITEP program. As you can see, we do everything together as a team, and that's really, embracing that whole concept of the teepee teachings, which is a sacred teaching that we embrace, and it incorporates the values that foster the relationships, but most importantly, instilling that pride. So to start off with, one of the things that we do is the relationship building, and each season that was shared with us, for example, you will see on the screen that on the top left-hand side is the fall season. So if you think about fall and what does fall look like, it's things start to fall, things are starting to prepare for a brand new season, and so we really focus on our first-year students for that year because they're brand new, they're coming into our program. So we really want to make sure that we establish those relationships with our first-year students and demonstrate ways of how we support them. And these are just some examples. I'm not going to go through every single one of them, but just for you to have a look at. But know that everything that we do is intention, that we have intention for everything that happens within our program. We have what's called a cultural-based approach to education. At the university, it's very common that the primary focus is on the intellectual piece, the academic piece, right? But within ITEP, we focus on that as well, but most importantly, we have a bigger focus as well, and that's ensuring that we're implementing the Indigenous ways of knowing. We focus on the 4 quadrants, and in all honesty, that is what keeps us balanced. We need to make sure that we have that spiritual, that physical, that emotional and intellectual components, and that they're balanced. So we try to help our students figure, we don't tell them, we help them, we guide them, and we provide those resources because this is their journey, and we're just part of that journey with them. So, and we do this by offering the various cultural programs, as Cal had mentioned, and then also incorporate it into our student teaching as well. So that takes me into the next slide. This particular work that we're doing within ITEP, this is for our student teaching, which is the Wakotu and teacher education model, and we implement it into our student teaching of 321 and 322. Normally this is something that's shared for, could be an hour, could be a half day, could be a whole day, whatever that capacity, but I'm going to try and wrap it up in 2 minutes. No, just kidding. Maybe 3. Anyways, all of a sudden I'm hot. See, it's one of those little power surges I'm having right now, so it happens when you get over 50. Anywho, so again, this brings me to the Wakotuan model. This model specifically, I'm not going to go into the detail about this, but just know that this model was done again with intent, also through ceremony. It was created by elders, it was created by our partners, and it, as you can see, it is created with a sky view of a teepee and what the miigwech, what that would look like by looking down. The teepee, obviously, when you first set up a teepee, it is created by the 3 poles. So you have to have the 3 poles in order for it to be stable. It was created and constructed by being grounded in the protocols, the culture, and the language within the Cree territory. And with that being said, it doesn't mean because we're utilizing the Cree language that we're forgetting about the other First Nations that are within our program. You know, because we recognize that we have Dene, we have the Saulteaux, Nakaway, or Anishinaabe, we have the Dakota, Lakota, Nakota, we have people from Northwest Territories, we have the Inuit, we have everybody. And we let them know that just because this is based on a Cree perspective, it does not mean that we're disregarding their space. They come in and they can utilize this and bring in their own perspectives into this space as well. So I just want to make sure I mention that. Within those 3 poles, the 3 poles are based on love, respect, and humility, and the 3 poles represent who the partnership was created with in the first place, which was with ITEP, the Greater Saskatoon Catholic School Board, and the Saskatoon Tribal Council. And you need to have those 3 poles together, and how that is binded together is through that, when you're binding it at the top, it's called the Sitosgatuin, and which that is the partnership that was created with Greater Saskatoon Catholic School Division. So within ITEP, you know, we really want to make sure that everybody has a clear understanding of why we do this work and how the language really brings this work to life. So first, I have to apologize. I'm not a Cree, I'm a learner for the Cree language, so I apologize in advance. I humbly apologize if I'm not pronouncing some of the words. I'm still working on this. It's been a few years, but I'll get it. So as you can see on the outside part is the foundational constructs. This is about rejecting the hierarchical power of relationships. Everyone is equal in this circle, and we all are related. Each person that's involved in this work brings their own skills and knowledge, and that's what helps to make the circle stronger. We recognize that teacher-student relationships are sacred, they're mutually supported, and exemplify reciprocity. With the medicine wheel teachings, it helps teacher candidates to understand the need for holistic teachings that focuses on the physical, mental, emotional development of themselves and the children that they teach. The student-child-centered component, this is where the teacher candidates are reminded of being able to create and raise children is a great honor. Kinship relationality moves into this responsibility to teachers who act as proxies or relatives. It's the sacred teaching that teacher candidates are taught that if they are going to teach, that they must do so with love and respect and acknowledge the gifts of each child. Sorry, just gotta get my life together here. So you can see in the middle, that is our priority. That's the fire, the giskitamoin. That is the act of knowing. That's our students, the act of learning. So just wanted to share that little bit of what that is and what that means. Next comes the language, and this is that the language fosters identity. Language is what shapes our worldview. Language shapes thinking about the land as Mother Earth and shapes people's relationship to the land. This thinking would lend itself to its concept of private ownership because families do not own their mother, nor would they sell her, right? So just kind of putting in that perspective. So language helps teachers and teacher candidates decolonize their thinking about what it means to teach and how to reimagine relationships. Language helps them conceive of alternate ways of understanding the world. And the next part is the learning and teaching as ceremony. All ceremonies have a fire associated to it with them because of the fire spirit which gives us life. Ceremony teaches teacher candidates to understand that fire and the importance of each person around that fire. The child in Cree is what is called a wasis, which refers to the light being or the spirit being. So attempts to decolonize education, therefore, must include helping Indigenous youth understand who they are and how they fit into the circle. They need to recognize themselves as spiritual beings deserving love, and as they become culturally grounded, they gain the self-confidence necessary to contribute to the community. If we go to the next part of the construct is the design elements. This is a little bit more holistic, I should say, more spiritual piece. And this is the Tipe Misuin, I'll start off, which is the state of being free to be ourselves, having to prove themselves with partnerships. Spaces created within the partnerships that we have within the schools that they do their student teaching in. It is a space where they can actually be seen and be heard. Our teacher candidates are able to walk into the school's building and just be who they are. Without first having to defend their identities, they are empowered to think of themselves as contributing professionals whose experiences and knowledges are gifts. The next one is the Kiweowin or Kiwetotuin, which Kiweowin really means like going home, or Kiwetotuin is the traveling home. This is where students return to the teachings of their ancestors. Again, within some cultures, they have the searching for their belly button, looking for that. That's kind of the beginning of life meaning. This is where they can find those elements of identity, culture, and language, especially in the schools. As they see other peers and ITEP alumni, their confidence grows as an Indigenous person, but also as an Indigenous educator. So they learn to believe that if they could, I can as well. The mamowi giski namasuin, which is the reciprocal learning and teaching in community. This is where we learn from people and pass on those teachings. Learning is not an individual endeavor. We learn by observing, experiencing, thinking, and doing in relations to other beings, the land and the thought. Once teacher candidates understand that they are in a space where their identities are supported, they can focus on the teaching and learning and rely on each other and build on their knowledge. The classroom then becomes a place where teacher candidates engage in the new and innovative teaching and learning strategies, and that foster and support the gifts that each person brings to that circle. Teachers and learners are able to take that risk together and find ways and approaches for the educational challenges that they are faced with. In closing, I would like to say, in the words of the late knowledge keeper Albert Scott, learning is about sharing worldviews and seeing yourself in the circle. I've been in your world, now it's time for you to come into our world.
Can you figure that out? Thank you. So we're always looking at what's next. What else do we need to do? What part of the road do we need to continue to drive on? We're looking at what we need to do in order to change in the future, and change according to what is needed in society. After the pandemic, we're seeing that mental health is really one of the things that are really factoring not only Indigenous people, but all students and all people. So we still need the help in order to bring our society to that next level. We see that the traumas still affect us, and we're trying to take care of ourselves. And we need elders and counselors to help guide us through the mental health supports and the training. We need courses at the university to help us heal the next generations. For many of our students, talking about trauma opens up old wounds. Trauma-informed is grounded in understanding in how trauma affects people and how they respond to the impact for a sense of control and empowerment. Another thing that we need is First Nations languages. So much of what we teach, you need the language to be able to tie that together. If you don't have the language when you pray, you are limiting your prayers to those who only speak English and not to the ancestors that speak their traditional First Nations language. Language ties who we are. Even though we share the teaching through 4 cultural camps, we need more. We need Indigenous faculty and staff for our students, current and future, to look up to and learn from. They are our role models. Our students are very fortunate to have been taught by renowned professors in the College of Education, like Dr. Verna St. Denis, Dr. Marie Batiste, Dr. Alex Wilson, Dr. Carla Williamson, for us to learn from. Recently, I heard from one of our instructors that he's taught for decades our students, and he said that with the words and what has been taught by those Indigenous professors, that they're the strongest that he's ever seen. We need to change the thinking process. We are not coming from deficit. Our students come from strength. They are smart, and they have plenty to contribute. We are always evaluating our program to see what we need to change or improve. We think about how we can contribute to what our society needs, and that is strong First Nations people who are leaders. This is how you could help. So when we look at our forum, the pedagogical approaches with truth that address the historical and the impacts of residential school, we're always reminded of that every day when we see our students and we see our students that may be struggling. But we've been here for 50 years, and like one of our students said at the round dance that we just recently have, I hope that we're here for another 50 years. So during this time, we just want to really extend an invitation for each of you to keep on helping us celebrate. So we're going to be having a golf tournament. We're going to be doing a day of traditional teaching and learning, and we're going to be doing a banquet. And we're also going to be naming our student lounge in honor of late Dr. Cecil King, who was inspirational and inspired a lot of us to be in education. But we also want to celebrate the students that are here in the program. So we have an anthology. It's our 3rd anthology. Our students are published authors, and so that book is we're just like doing the final parts of it, getting the book printed, etc. So, but our students, they have so much to contribute, and we're just so proud. But thank you so much. We're always continuously looking at ways that we could decolonize education. In 1972, Indian Control of Indian Education, this is what the National Indian Brotherhood said. Unless a child learns about the forces which shape him, life histories of his people, their values and customs, their languages, he will really not know himself or his potential as a human being. So thank you. We only just gave you a small little snapshot of what we are, what we do on a daily basis, who we are, and do come and visit. We always get into trouble in the College of Education because we're so loud. And so one of my colleagues, I don't even know if he's here, Greg, he said, oh yeah, I could always tell when ITEP comes up here because you could just hear the laughter. we just cause so much commotion. So, but do come and have some of that commotion with us. Stop by for coffee. Our doors are always open, and we're always willing to share what we've learned in the last 50 years to make sure that Indian education is still a priority of our university. So thank you so much, and thank you to the staff, my staff, but also to the OVPIE. I said that if I ever get married, that the people that I want to organize my wedding is OVPIE, because they're just like awesome in organizing. So thank you so much. Thank you.
So our next speaker is Solomon Sanderson. Solomon Sanderson has presented on a number of issues related to First Nations' right to health, including inherent and treaty rights to health and health care, inherent rights to social development, governing Canada and First Nations relations, United Nations Declaration on Rights of Indigenous People, First Nations community-based and intertribal traditions, and contemporary health and social development implementation agreements. The Treaty Right to Health, Medicine Chest, and Health and Social Development Task Force, and the current state of the federal and provincial implementation of the Empire of Colonial Policies. Selected as a First Nation spokesperson at the age of 15, a responsibility which he carries on today, and elected chief of James Smith and Chakaskastapesin Band of Cree Nation. Saul Sanderson also served as vice chief and chief of the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations, now known as the Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations. He has served in Indian politics for 60 years. In his portfolio of responsibilities, Saul directed and guided development through Indian control and Indian education, and during his term with FSIN under the education portfolio, established the Saskatchewan Indian Cultural College, Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technologies, and First Nations University of Canada. He was one of the leaders on the constitutional amendments and lobby in London, England, and in Ottawa. He specializes in First Nation Philosophical Foundation, First Nation Worldview and Perspectives. As chair of the World Assembly of First Nations hosted by the Federation of Saskatchewan Indian Nations in 1982, that brought over 30,000 Indigenous participants from the global community to Regina, Saskatchewan. He is the president of the First Nations Forum, which focuses on First Nation public policy, implementation of inherent rights and treaty rights under First Nations government jurisdiction. He's a teacher, he's an advisor, and a mentor to many First Nations peoples and communities, including many people that have went through the Indian Teacher Education Program. And today we welcome him to the stage to give us a perspective on what Indian control of Indian education is and what the future looks like at this institution. So please help him welcome Saul Sanderson.
Thank you very much. I want to say it's an honor to be here today. I'm going to give you a brief history of the education program, including ITEP, but I want to focus on the future, major challenges that we have. But I wanted to acknowledge the staff. They've done a major presentation here of a lot of positive, constructive, and productive energy. That's what we need to force and make changes. And for Joe, I'm glad he's now carrying a drum in his bag instead of his slingshot. And for the young lady who sang the Métis National Anthem up here, thank you. That was a great song she sang. So it might become a Métis National Anthem one day. But that's the growing pains we go through, you know. Just to give you an idea, when we decided to set up Indian control of education in James Smith in 1972, The grandparents, the mothers, the fathers, uncles, aunts, everybody said, enough is enough. We've been integrated for 15 years and they've graduated only one partial grade 12 student in 15 years. We looked across the province of Saskatchewan and we found that the universities had policies that restricted Indians from going to university. And INAC played on that policy to prevent us getting money to go to universities. Now, examining the province of Saskatchewan was in control of education on reserves, even in the north. They graduated one Indian student a year from high school for the whole province of Saskatchewan. That's the environment I'm talking about in '72. We looked at the people employed in social services and education. We had 5 Indians in university and college in '72. We had 6 Indians employed in education across the province of Saskatchewan. Something wrong with that picture. We're big business in everything, especially in education and health. It's a pleasure to be here today to see all of you celebrating 50 years. That's a long journey. But I started in Indian politics when I was 15. And I've seen many, many changes. And it's been happy to be part of them. And ITEP, you're going to keep building. As a young leader, I was told by one of the elders, you need to know our history. And you need to know the settlers' history as well. You're a young leader, you're going to be making plans for us in the future. If you don't know that information and have that information as part of your knowledge, you'll develop programs and plans that create barriers for the next generation. That's not your responsibility. As a leader, you make plans that the next generation can build on. So that's what I've been implementing all my life, developing plans and strategies that our people can build on. So when we looked at ITEP, we said education is critical. So we set up our first Indian Control School at James Smith, K-12, and we introduced a degree program in teacher ed and social work. Within a few months, the presidents of these universities of Regina and Saskatoon sent a messenger out to meet with me. And he said, Chief, I'm sent here to tell you that they're not going to certify your training programs. I said, who's not going to certify them? Well, the 2 presidents of the university sent me here to tell you that. I said, you go back and tell them it's fine with me, you haven't graduated any of my people anyway, we'll certify our programs ourselves. Well, within 6 months, universities were looking to take control of our education degree program at James Smith. We said no. Set up your own. So this university approached us to help set up ITEP. And we did, because our people need it. And you have been successful at it for the last 50 years. And I'm very proud to see that. And that plan that you have for the future, I want to tell you it's critical. More than any other time in the history in Canada, it's time we validated ourselves. And what you're doing at looking at your teachings and your programming, build on that. Don't destroy it. Build on what you've got and what you've put in place over the last 50 years. And I can tell you, in looking at the future, there'll be major changes. Basically, we set up at James Smith in '72 was what you'd call a multi-purpose campus, multiversity campus, offering degree programs right in the communities. And we're going to witness the development of many multiversity campuses in Métis and Indian communities. Don't be long before that takes off, because we're developing our people now. If we didn't do what we'd done in '72, you wouldn't see 22,000 Indian Métis people employed in the education system today. You wouldn't see the hundreds of students graduating from high school, graduating from universities and colleges. Now that was a challenge. I did not go to any government, federally or provincially, to implement it and get it done. I went to my own people. And it was validation enough to move ahead with what we done in '72. And it hasn't stopped growing. We had schools, many schools were closed on reserves, or they didn't have any schools in their bands, because they were integrated, and the capital was being spent to build schools in urban centers and villages, and some even rural areas. That's where all our education capital was going. Now, I didn't push Indian control of education just for the programming and implementing Indian control of education. I pushed hard for the kind of major schools you see built on our reserves today. And some of them are pretty fantastic. They even have theaters in their schools for teachings, and that's critical. Now, what do we do? Building on what you have to do. Who I am, who am I, who are you? When I talk about Indian and Métis, I talk about the inherent rights we have. Judge Lammer, the Supreme Court judge, passed on now, he said, all your rights supersede everything. But I got two questions, he said. What are they, and where did they come from? He passed on before he got any answers. But late Judge Dixon took him over. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about our inherent rights, our inherent sovereignty of our nations, the national powers of governing internal, external, and international affairs of our governments. I'm talking about the national powers of treaty making. I'm talking about the continuation of the treaty process between the Crown and Indian nations. I'm talking about all our inherent rights. What is that? Well, we have the inherent right to education, health, and social development. We have the inherent right to justice, economics, lands, resources, citizenship, membership, jurisdiction for water, jurisdiction for airspace. When I was in London, England, during the repatriation, I went downtown London to see who owned those big, tall buildings. Two law lords owned the buildings, and they were leasing out airspace. They had different rates of leasing at the various levels of the buildings they had. And we're not even there. We don't even teach jurisdiction for airspace. One of the things I'm talking about right now, we don't teach either. The inherent rights we have. We have inherent title to lands and resources, water and jurisdiction for airspace. Now what do? We've been leaving it up to the courts, provincially, federally, internationally, and the governments to identify them for us. We validate those, not any other government. When we list them, like I just done, a few of them, then we must define them. How do we define them? In the respective languages of our nations. How? Based on our worldview, our philosophy, our traditions, our customs, our practices, and our beliefs. Then the thing we don't do anymore, we don't teach what our individual and collective duties are that are associated with every one of those inherent rights. Our individual and collective duties to implement the sovereignty of our nations and the national powers of governing, of self-determination. And all those inherent rights, we have a collective and individual responsibility and duty for validating them, implementing them, and enforcing them. Human rights only recognizes individual rights. Elders will tell you, through our inherent rights, our collective rights reinforces individual rights. So when we move forward, what kind of plans and strategies do we have to implement them, enforce them? How do we implement the inherent right to education? How do we implement the inherent right to health? Inherent right to justice? Well, now that we know what we're going to do about implementing them and how, the plans have to include the traditional processes of implementing our inherent rights in every plan. In the plans you make for education. Then, of course, comes the task of identifying and constructing new law in the form of special and unique forms of law of the governments of our nations, not under federal, provincial government jurisdiction. When I talk about that process, the new comprehensive legal political relationship governing Crown Indian nations relations is a major changes. Most people know nothing about Section 35 of the Constitution. They know nothing about what governs that framework that I just talked about. It's our inherent rights, our international treaties, 1 to 11. It's the Royal Proclamation of 1763. I worked with the late Judge Dixon during the patriation and amendments to the Constitution. First thing he said to me, Chief, don't let them leave out the Royal Proclamation of 1763 in the Constitution. So it's recognized today in Section 25(2) of the Constitution Act of Canada. He said, here's why, he said. I'm a Supreme Court judge. Here's my interpretation of that proclamation. Those are royal instructions from the Crown and the British Parliament to us here in Canada as governments. They recognize everything that you're talking about. It's in the form of a Crown Bill of Rights, he said. It's not your Bill of Rights, it's our Bill of Rights. It recognizes all your sovereignty and your national powers of governing, your national powers of treaty making, the ongoing process between the Crown and Indian nations respecting treaty relations. Recognizes all those inherent rights you're talking about, including your inherent right to hunt, fish, trap, and gather, your own inherent right for your economy, economic benefits, and so on. And he says, more important, it recognizes your inherent title to all your lands, resources, water, and jurisdiction for airspace. In what form does that recognition of title take? He said, it recognizes the sovereignty of your nations remaining intact in the title to those lands, resources, water, and jurisdiction for airspace. So where is our First Nations laws governing the field of our inherent title to lands, waters, and jurisdiction for airspace? But you see what I'm talking about? That's not being taught anywhere. Not any university. Then you have what I call the Code of Silence. The 500 years of colonial policies of the empires and 150 years of the Canadian colonial policies. I ask many people, how much do you know about the doctrine of discovery? And most of them don't know much about the doctrine of discovery. It's still being implemented today. Then I ask, how many of you know about the 1493 Papal Bull? See, the empire governments recognized that they stole, and they were in possession of lands and resources that they stole from the indigenous nations worldwide. So they wanted to validate that theft. So they went to the Pope And the Pope issued that papal bull in 1493 that says indigenous people are not human nor Christian. Because they're not human, they don't have sovereignty and government. Because they're not human, they don't have title to lands and resources. Now, isn't that exactly what the leaders of the empires wanted to hear? Yes, it is. Because they're not human, they don't have rights. Well, that's over 500 years ago. It's still being applied today. And the work I do, it's amazing how people can't connect that 500 years of colonial policies to the Canadians' colonial policies. How was it done? Well, many academics, including Indian and non-Indian historians, will say, oh, the papal bull and the doctrine of discovery died in the 17th century. As I got a little older, I got a little more serious, and I would say, like hell it did. I don't swear at all when I talk about things like that. It's a little disturbing, because when you look at that whole history, in 1830, they developed those plans of detribalization plans in 1830. Objectives, now you'll recognize them. Christianization, civilization, integration, assimilation, liquidation. Now those are the same policies we're still dealing with in 2023 through the universities, through the governments, and now even our governments. And I'll show you how very quickly. But you see, those 1830 detribalization policies are based on the doctrine of discovery and the papal bull of 1493. So what did Canada do? How many know about the 1947 plan to liquidate Canada's Indian problems in 25 years? Implement those objectives of 1830, but also moving forward to try to terminate the international treaties they made with us. How to terminate the special rights and status of Indians. Start the transfer of programming from the feds to the provinces in health, education, social services. 2023, isn't that exactly what's being done now? It is. And I could go on about that policy. So they implemented the 69 white paper policy, and that dealt with how to terminate the special rights and status of Indians. Very specific political instructions to amend existing laws and constructing new laws to terminate the special rights and status of Indians. So Bill C-31 was passed. I opposed it. Native women come at me left and right for opposing the Bill C-31. They didn't ask why. Well, you can be recognized as having Bill C-31 status as an Indian, but it doesn't recognize any of your inherent rights or treaty rights. So today they're categorizing Indians in two categories under the Indian Act. Indians with full benefits and rights, Indians with no benefits or rights. So I got 4 chap bands right now under 6.2 of their membership codes that don't have any benefits or rights, but they're recognized as Indians. And we're still moving ahead with that policy and those plans. Why? Where's our own Citizenship Act and membership codes under our jurisdiction? Certifying who we are, registering who we are, with the full benefits of inherent rights, treaties, and treaty rights recognized. Those are some of the things we need to do to validate who we are on our terms. And I could go on about that whole strategy, because Bill C-31 is not the only one. They developed the Land Management Act, and you ran a 2-year program here teaching people how to implement the Land Management Act. That terminated our sovereignty of our remaining intact in the title to all our reserved lands. It created federal municipalities on our reserves by ban for those who adopted the Land Management Act. They weren't told that, but that's the status that's there under that law. So you see, Those colonial policies are not dead. And the 69 White Paper set up the first generation devolution policies to transfer programs in health, Indian education, Indian child welfare, and so on, from federal jurisdiction to provincial jurisdiction. Then came the 74-76 Native policy, hiring Indian, Métis, and Inuit people in the front lines of government to push these policies I'm talking about. Then the 1980 buffalo jump. For those of you who are hunters, you know what a buffalo jump is all about. But I don't see too many hunters in here today. So that buffalo jump is for us to terminate ourselves by eliminating our treaties, by not promoting and enforcing our inherent rights, not implementing our sovereignty of our government. That's the buffalo jump. Now, I just told you, over 500 years ago, the Pope issued the papal bull saying you're not human, so you don't have sovereignty in government. You don't have title to lands and resources, waters and jurisdiction for airspace. You don't have rights. So the Archbishop of Canterbury for the Church of England came to Canada here to meet with us. I talked to him about what I just told you. He said, I know nothing about that. I don't know those policies, he said. But I want you to come to Prince Albert tomorrow with a document identifying all that. And he said, we'll give you time to do a presentation. So when I was done, all his bishops came up and thanked me for the information because they knew nothing about it. But why he wanted the document, he was meeting with the Pope before he come to Canada. And he was going to deliver that document to the Pope. And I made the document specific to the Pope, instructing him to terminate that papal bull of 1493. Well, you heard the latest announcement, passing off that responsibility of ownership to the papal bull of 1493 and saying the doctrine of discovery is the responsibilities of the empires of governments, not me, not the Anglican, not the Catholic Church. But he went on to say what? I recognize the inherent human rights. Now, even got him talking inherent rights. You see how long it takes to move things along? So we'll validate ourselves. Like I said, we have no choice. That's our responsibility, not the non-Indian responsibility. And the Justice Minister came to Prince Albert, and I had an opportunity to speak to him in the Assembly. He said, I agree with you on everything. He said, I'm taking recommendations from individuals, not just from chiefs and councils and organizations. I want your documentation, he said. But you see, he'd been asking, how do we implement Bill C-15, applying and having to enforce the UN Declaration? So everybody's struggling, you see. Now I just tied together for you 500 years of colonial policies that were developed over 500 years ago that still apply today. There's no such thing of not going back to deal with these historical issues. They're not just historical issues. Under the 1830 detribalization policies, that resulted in us losing total control over our political development, our economy, our social safety net, our citizenship, our membership, our lands, our resources. All those inherent rights we lost total control of. When a society loses that degree of control, what happens? Major symptoms set in. And you could develop about 4.5 pages, line by line, of the symptoms that we're experiencing today. And people keep asking, where does this problem come from? Well, that's one of the main sources of us losing control of our way of life that's resulted in the type of symptoms you're witnessing today. Addictions, abuses, high suicides, poor health, on and on it could go. But those where the symptoms come from. People ask, where does systemic racism come from? Well, one of the main sources of systemic racism is that papal bull of 1493 and the doctrine of discovery, reinforced by the policy that I just told you about here in Canada being implemented. But not just here in Canada. The empire has implemented those policies worldwide. And speaking to people from other countries, they said, now we know what's happened to us. So for the education in the future, we will have departments of education. 2023, we still don't have departments. Look at the provincial governments, the municipalities, the federal government, multi-departments in every sector. What the hell's wrong with us not having departments? It's because we don't do it in structuring our government system. We're only administering administrative government structures, not governing structures, not the political organization and governing structures of our nations. Implemented a kinship clan system. We had highly structured and disciplined societies, like you see the portfolios today. And I tell you, they were highly structured and disciplined, to the point where the society, the medicine chest society, medicine society of our people, crossed all the boundaries of our nations. So they had neutral grounds where they met annually to exchange information on their medicines, the protocol, and how medicines were used for healing and for prevention of illnesses. Now you see, where are we going? It's time we developed our own institutions under our own lawful jurisdiction and our inherent legal system of our governments. So I'm working with the new president of FNUC now. We're going to move ahead with implementing our own university with full capacity of university. And that recognition is already there. But the issue is the failure of people to recognize our inherent legal system and jurisdiction of our governments. So people don't know what the convention of the FSIN is. It's a political agreement signed between the bands to form the Federation of Nations of FSIN. It was taken through the province of Saskatchewan for 2.5 years, right to the communities, to be ratified by the membership, not just council, chief and council. The governing institutions are governed by the Convention Act, which is First Nations law. Implement our own inherent legal system governing those institutions. And it's not recognized. By who? By non-Indian governments and institutions. It's validated by our people. But even today now, many of our young leaders and people don't know what the Convention Act is all about. Why do we have Indian education? Why are we not teaching what the Federation of Nations is and how it's constituted, how it's politically structured? Are we teaching about the Métis Nation, how it's politically structured and meeting the challenges of self-government today? You see? So most of what I talked about here with you today is what I call a code of silence. Yet it's Canadian history. Yet it's our history. So if we're not going there to validate ourselves, where are we going? We're implementing termination. So I laughed after Trudeau said, nation to nation. I knew it was going to happen. It calls on it. Some chiefs and our people said, what do we do now? I said, well, you can continue down the road of self-termination, implementing those colonial policies like you are today, or you can go down the journey of self-determination. And that chart I done highlights what you need to do to implement that. So the choice is still there. Now, how are they implementing the colonial policies of today? Both the federal government and provincial government insisted that you had to incorporate in order to get funding. So we have all these corporate entities, provincial corporate entities now, by band, tribal council, FSIN, AFN, all across Canada. All provincial corporate entities, the education authorities, health authorities, child welfare authorities, all under provincial government jurisdiction for corporate status. But worse than that, under the Contributions to Bands Agreement now, they're required to implement provincial law and jurisdiction on Indians in health, in education, social development. Section 35 now of the Constitution takes all those provincial powers under 92 powers of the BNA Act under federal jurisdiction when it comes to Crown Indian Nations relations. So the feds are required now to legislate their legal, fiscal, jurisdictional trust obligations in every sector, implementing inherent rights and treaty rights. Now we have inherent rights and we have treaty rights. So how do we implement the inherent right and treaty right to education? We scope out a Traditional Contemporary Education Act that identifies the total jurisdiction and the programming and institutional governing structures for Indian education, right from the community level to the region, nationally, internationally. That's our challenge. That's our challenge for the future. And don't be afraid to go there, because what you'll see happening in a short while as we move forward to implement our sovereignty of our government and the national powers of governing, you'll see the need to have to address interface of jurisdiction and law. What am I talking about? We'll go across the border. State, tribal, federal jurisdiction of the equality of law and jurisdiction, but the equality of government, political equality, means respect and recognition of your government, jurisdiction, courts, and laws. Being implemented in the US, being implemented here in Canada. The French Civil Code in Quebec is French law, where the rest of Canada is the English common law. So now with us moving forward with our own laws under our governments and our nations, there'll be 3 forms of law that have to be accommodated for implementation and enforcement. And of course our own laws, our own inherent legal system will create jurisdictional issues between our nations and the governments of our nations. And we have to formally deal with that ourselves in terms of how it's validated for implementation. Then comes the interface of government jurisdiction and law with the federal government and the provincial governments. Major political challenge. But what I've done for you just now, in the few minutes I had, I provided you with a political agenda. And you see that political agenda is missing. We have assemblies and we have meetings. 80% of the time of the meeting agenda is administrative issues. Only 20 or 15% of the time is spent on the political agendas. And we want solutions. You're not going to get solutions without dealing with the political agendas and related issues. So don't be afraid to step up. Don't drown yourself in administrative plans and strategies. Take on that task of how they're implemented under our own jurisdiction and our own inherent legal systems. That's part of your responsibility as educators and directors of ed. That's not a problem. See, we're not taught what governing structures are. So we have administrative structures. We don't get the executive management funds that non-Indian governments get. Just met with Mark Miller here before Christmas. I said, you know that you only have 17% of the funding that we need. All the rest for the 100% of the funding we need is in your government system and all your federal ministries and departments, including Treasury Board and Finance. Most of our students don't even know that Treasury Board provides scholarships for university students doing PhDs and so on. When we investigated 10 years ago, only one Indian qualified from across Canada for that scholarship from the Treasury Board of Canada. But, you see, going back to the financing and the issue that has to be dealt with, we need to start budgeting properly. That executive management fund I'm talking about, that's a level of functions of the democratic systems of governing. Now, don't make any mistake about it. Non-Indians that came here didn't know a thing about democratic systems of governing. Where did they learn it from? They learned it from studying the functions of the clan systems and the highly structured and disciplined societies that we have. So when you move forward, don't be afraid to go there and examine what that's all about. Because we need to reinstate those institutions. They were very stable and they functioned without any problem. So when we look back at the whole place in terms of the financing, there are 7 federal departments that have post-secondary ed funding, not just Crown Indigenous Services. You see? One of the major sources of funding is the federal transfer of funding from the feds to the provinces for financing their colleges and universities. FNUC got $3 million. And I'm talking multi-billions of dollars being transferred from Canada to the provinces to finance universities and colleges. Treasury Board finances universities for research studies in the forms of billions, not millions. But they say because we don't recognize FNUC as a university, you can't get the research funding from Treasury Board. Well, I'm going to tell you that's going to change in a hurry. We'll be implementing our own university, full university status under our own jurisdictional law, under the Convention Act of the FSIN and the FUNUC Act itself. But I'm also pushing Privy Council, Justice Minister, and other ministers to issue a federal charter for a university. They said, we don't have that kind of mandate. I said, oh yes you have, you've done it historically. No, we didn't. Well, what they've done is they invoked the royal prerogative to issue charters to 2 universities in Canada. I said, if you can do that historically, you can do it now under your reconciliation process. And we want an implementation agreement, implementing a reconciliation process and the related issues between the First Nations University of Canada and the federal government. So we'll be working on that as well. So the certification we're looking for is to have capacity to certify by community, regionally, nationally, internationally. There's no reason why we can't do it internationally. There's already governing bodies occupying the field for how Indigenous colleges and universities are certified. But looking at the history of charters, that papal bull, that Pope was powerful. Through papal bull charters, he chartered many universities in Europe, England, and some in the US through a papal bull. And some of the governments went on to certify and charter their own universities and colleges, but church has done that as well. Now I'm saying, if they can do that for themselves, to certify their charters for their universities and colleges, what the hell is wrong with us doing it ourselves as well? It's a matter of us just deciding to do it and get it done. Not asking anybody, just asking our people and our leaders and moving ahead with it. And we'll do it. Mark my word, we'll do it. And the language program, I intervened at the AFN federal government on the financing of languages. Oh, it's great, we're going to get language money to teach language. I said, like hell. What do they do for financing their languages? They put major money in place to use the English language and the French language in all their business that they do in their government offices and their capacity as governments. We need the same kind of money to implement our languages in our governments. What's wrong with that? Nothing. You see? And we're going to get it. How? We will budget for it. See, a lot of the funding that's missing from our communities and our people is we're not budgeting. I tabled a chart laying out a whole comprehensive strategy for budgeting by community. And I showed it to Mark Miller, and his eyes just went big. I said, now Mark, I said, This is the kind of funding you're getting to finance your standard of living and finance all your governments, federal, 10 provincial governments, 2 territorial governments, 1 Nunavut government, and just under 4,000 rural and urban municipalities. And that's when I told them you only have 17% of the money we're looking for. All the rest is in the federal departments and agencies. And Section 35 now allows us to go there. So that new budgeting strategy, we have to move ahead with. We're doing that executive management fund I was talking about, that governments get. That's for their leadership and their boards and their senior management. And it's 35 cents on the dollar. That's what they get for executive management. We don't get a nickel. And what does it do? It provides for human resources and financing for what? For political accountability on how they implement their laws and jurisdiction. For program accountability, how they implement their laws governing program standards and what the directors are doing to implement the laws that are enforced in their programs and their departments. But we got a problem. The Auditor General told Indian Affairs and Health Canada years ago, your policies have no legislative base. So why is the Fed using provincial law and jurisdiction in health, education, and social services? It's because they haven't legislated the field. So those programs and policies they come out to beat us on, saying they're lawful jurisdictional issues, their own Auditor General said, your policies have no legislative base. So there'll have to be a new schedule of unique and special laws under federal jurisdiction in every sector. And the same with us, we have to have them. And we can implement our own Finance Administration Act. FSIN has 74 bands, 73 now. I guess Palmaker didn't really pull out FSIN, they put out FSI Inc., a provincial corporate entity. And then they look at the process, you see. 44 of the bands have bought into that Federal Finance Administration Act, compromising totally their jurisdiction for fiscal relations and financing of our governments and of our programs and our people. What for? At the Assembly in Prince Albert last year, I said, look, you bought into a Federal Finance Administration Act, compromising your whole jurisdiction. What's wrong with us having a First Nations Financial Administration Act that applies to every band, every tribal council, every organization, every institution, every program? Nothing. Just the problem here. See? We have the inherent legal system to implement our own Finance Administration Act and jurisdiction, and we can enter into government-to-government fiscal agreements, not the contributions to bands agreements where you're signing a contract to deliver programs on behalf of the feds with implementing our own poverty. Money is just not there like it has to be. But Privy Council agrees with me. I said 35, 40 years ago, your non-Indians expected you to deliver a quality of life, so you moved to financing your government systems and standards of living through multi-billions of dollars. Last year I said, and we're still dealing with multi-millions of dollars. And Privy Council said, yes, we agree with you. You have to be moved to financing for multi-billions of dollars. So let's link later the former Secretary of Cabinet. I was meeting with him and 3 of his officials. And I handed him a document. In that document, there was a really colorful rainbow on that document. And he says, Saul, he said, this is a colorful rainbow. It was a document that showed how you have to trace the financing. Where is the revenue coming from? You see, we don't even do that. We're not even teaching that. So how do you budget and get financing if you don't know the sources of revenue? I'm talking about Indian, non-Indian people, not just Indian Métis people. They don't know what the revenue, where the sources of revenue that's out there. So that colorful rainbow was identifying that. And he said, Saul, this is a nice, colorful rainbow, he said. I said, yes, Les, and there's a hell of a pot of gold at the end of that rainbow, and I'm here to get my share. You see? But we have to do it. We have to go there. And when he's leaving, he called me. I said, "Where are you going?" "I got to fix that problem with our checks for our staff not going through." I said, "How much are you going to get?" "About 480 million. I said, "Less you don't have to fix it, just buy a new one," I told him. And he agreed with me. But he said, "The reason I called is I want to know what you're doing now." I said, "I'm investigating and researching how much it costs to run your federal government, 10 provincial government, 2 territorial governments, 1 Nunavut government, and just under 4,000 urban and rural municipalities. How much is that?" I said, "I'm glad you called. You're the Secretary of Cabinet. You should have all that information." He said, "Sorry, Saul, we don't have any information." But he said, "That's going to be huge. But I still want to know why you're doing it." Well, I said, "You always accuse us of being the taxpayer burden. When that's done, you will see who the taxpayer burden really is. Because your tax dollar that you pay into the system, personally, doesn't even cover the cost of the political cost for running your government and financing your leadership at every level I just talked about. So where are you getting the money to sustain your cost of living? From the same source that you're supposed to be sharing with us. And that's what it's about. Now you see, I've given you the bigger picture, besides the political agendas. Then don't be afraid to go there. I tell you that. You now got the education, you got the training. Put those skills together in moving that political agenda. In terms of education, then when we pulled the kids out of Kanistano, we done testing. We found students trying to go do grade 10, 11, and 12 with a reading skill of 5, a math skill of 5, you know. So the first thing we done is set up the Indian Control of Education. We scrapped that process. We said every student's going to work to move ahead on their own. And the teachers are going to teach skills. The teachers are going to teach skills in every area. Writing skills, research skills, reading skills, math skills, science skills, everything. We need the skills taught. We're trying to deal with an epidemic, they call it, of mental health, physical health, emotional health, spiritual, cultural health. What are we doing to teach those skills and teach our young people how to deal with their emotions? Giving them those skills. What are we doing to give them the skills on how to deal with their mental issues? We're not doing anything. We're leaving it up to the various agencies to do that. But nobody's doing anything. So we got multi-millions of dollars transferred out to bands now. And what kind of program have they got to teach those skills I'm talking about? They don't have any, you see? But the other problem is, since they don't have any programs in any area, they have a hell of a time budgeting. We need the budgets. We need the programs identified in education, in health, in all those sectors, with identifying the needs, the objectives, and the rights for implementation. And put them under our own laws, governing the program standards under our own laws and jurisdiction, and budgeting for those costs formally. So that's about it. I had 30 minutes. I think I took 32 minutes. But thanks for the time and congratulations. And I got an apple juice before I came up. I'm going to propose a toast to the 50 years of celebrations of ITEP, a successful program.
So this afternoon we're going to be having a discussion with some of the leaders that have been influential that you've heard from today already, some that you may have not, in the Indian Teacher Education Program, a little bit about what they've done over the 50 years that ITEP has been here. So first I'd like to introduce Dr. Verna St. Denis. Dr. Verna St. Denis is a professor emerita in educational foundations from the College of Education and special advisor to the president on anti-racism and anti-oppression. She graduated with a teaching certificate from the Indian Teacher Education Program in ITEP in 1980, earned a PhD from Stanford in 2002. She's a member of Beardy's Nokomasis First Nation and grew up as a non-status Indian and Métis in the Parkland region northwest of Prince Albert, Saskatchewan. Her teaching and scholarship has advanced anti-racism education. So please help in welcoming Dr. Verna St. Denis. And next to Verna is Saul, who we've heard from today, who gave us some great teaching, some knowledge. So let's welcome Saul to the panel. And of course, Yvette Arcand. Yvette Arcand is a First Nations woman from Beardy Nokomasis First Nation. Yvette's parents and grandparents distilled that her voice be used to speak for others who do not have a voice, ensure Indigenous student success, commitment to creating safe spaces and sharing Indigenous knowledges. Yvette is a proud alumni of the Indian Teacher Education Program. Yvette has worked for her First Nation as a classroom teacher before starting 24 years of work with ITEP as an academic program advisor, associate director, sessional lecturer, and most recently the director. This is where she seen the importance of intertwining Western and Indigenous knowledges in classroom practice. So please welcome Yvette to the panel. So today we're going to be talking about 3 predetermined questions. And so when we bring this idea of a panel forward in these nice big green comfy chairs that we stole from Student Central, we think about, and what I think about, I'm thinking of this idea of a living room visit, is the conversations that we have in our living room are really important and influential in our lives. And I think the people that we have sitting here are some of those people that we'd really like to have those conversations in the living room, so creating that comfortable environment for them to speak about their experience in the Indian Teacher Education Program and what led them to be sitting here today. So we're going to be going through 3 questions, scaffolded kind of into one big question, and each person is going to have 15 minutes to respond, so 5 minutes per question. So I'll read through the question. Each panelist has the questions in front of them. So the first question is, how has the Indian Teacher Education Program impacted your life, and how does it continue to play a role? With your experience teaching in senior administration and working within the government systems in this country, how has Indian control of Indian education influenced your leadership work? And third question, what can the University of Saskatchewan do to support Indian control of Indian education moving forward? So because I'm nervous and I forgot who said who's not going first, I think I'm going to start with Yvette, and then we'll go to Verna, and then we'll go to Saul. And so an inside joke that we have since I've moved to the Office of the Vice Provost Indigenous Engagement is I left ITEP, which Yvette was my boss, and then I moved with Dr. Angela Jaime, and now I've succumbed to having 2 bosses on campus. I didn't lose my last boss. She's still my boss. So in return, I'm going to make her go first on the answer.
Which is totally fine, because I'll send her out another time. I'll just start out with the first question of how ITEP has really impacted my life. I said this during Verna's retirement, and because it really resonates about how ITEP has really formed me as a person. And so when I first came to the university, I was a parent of 2 children. I was a teen parent. I had my first child when I was 18, and before I was 20, I had 2 children. I went to business college when they were still quite young and decided that that's really not the path that I really wanted to take. So I applied to to ITEP, not really knowing exactly what that I'd be sitting here, for one thing, walking into the doors of Place Royale. At that time, living on welfare after I finished my degree, because I knew that that's not what I wanted, or my business admin, lived on welfare and wanted to make a change for my children. So what I did was I walked in and I was already almost going to be late for the meeting. And so I was asking people, like, where is ITEP? Where's the College of Education? So I got directed into the right direction. And when I walked into ITEP, at that time, it was an interview process that you had to do in order to get into the program. And when I walked in, there was a lady there who looked exactly like me that did not judge that I was a single parent. That I felt that I wasn't smart enough because that's what I was told. But she made me feel really welcome. And that was Verna. So that year I got accepted into the program. And it was at that time, couldn't even afford a $15 application fee. My dad was delivering pizzas. And, you know, I didn't really come from, it wasn't wealth by any means, money-wise. But I started, and one of my first classes that I took was with Dr. Cecil King. And I was just so, I was just like how I was sitting here looking at Saul, just being able to see and absorb every last second of what he was saying is exactly what I did with Dr. Cecil King. And so that was an Ed Indian 375 class. It talked about how we could use our voice in order to better Indigenous education. So we're able to, thank you. I look at, that was the first time. I had one Indigenous teacher going to school. And he also, I found this out later on, that he actually graduated from ITEP. And so he said, you could do whatever that you want. But right across from that classroom is a teacher that threw me out because I fell asleep. Him not knowing exactly the impacts of what that would mean, and that self-confidence that he was pulling away from me. So when I started finding my own voice, I made sure that I was speaking for everybody. My dad, my grandparents always said that I should be speaking for people that just did not have that voice. Those are the same values that I distilled in my own children. So every time that they go and they challenge the norm, I'm always frightened for them because I know how unsafe the world can be. But the thing is, I raised really strong kids, and when you raise strong kids, you know that they have all of those ancestors behind them. So the other thing that ITEP gave me was the opportunity for my kids to be able to go to post-secondary. All my 3 kids, I had a child when I was in ITEP. I think most ITEP people have ITEP babies. So my son was an ITEP baby. So one of the classes, I always say this, there was a bunch of, I took 4 classes. I took off the weekend in order to have my child and went back to work, back to school on the Monday. And, but one of the classes that I took was a Native literature class. And boy, he must have been really paying attention because he got that gift of creativity. My son just finished writing. He's been writing plays like right from since he was small. And when so this week he actually he had a play that is still running at the refinery, and then he also wrote a play for Circle of Voices. But with those, my children have gone on to grad studies. The terminology that we never spoke to our children like they were children. We always spoke to them like they were young adults. So as I started working when my youngest at the university when my youngest was 2, and so at age 5 we went to a dinner party, and he was able to converse with university profs, and they are always like reminded, "How old are you again?" So I always say when people come to university and have children, when they're pregnant, that whatever that they're learning at that time is what their children are going to be also learning. The work ethic. My children always had, because I would always often work late, and so we would go home, have supper, and we would come back, and they always had a desk at my office, so they would do their work. And those are still the values. I have to kind of giggle when they're doing their work. They always go sit at the table. And so that work ethic has really, I think, played an important part of what ITEP has done in order for me to succeed. It also distilled that pride of who I am and that commitment. And so when I look at what I do as a leader of the program, one of very many leaders of the program, I have to say, that I always think about that for our students, that exactly what values that I would distill on my own kids is the same values that I distill within our students. Work hard, attend, be the best that you could be. Because when you're teaching those kids, sometimes you're spending more time with them than you are with your own children, and they're spending just as much time with you as the parent or the teacher. So those are just some of the things that I think that ITEP has really gave me. Plus, I could probably write a whole book just on what some of the other stuff are, but those are just some of the things that I really feel deeply in my heart.
So next we will move to Dr. Verna St. Dennis.
So this is on? Yes, okay. Well, first of all, I want to start out by thanking everyone for being here and for sticking it out, and also, because this is the opportunity to learn, and I see faces that come to this event every year, and it's very reassuring that there's that kind of commitment. And so if you have colleagues who had to leave early or had to leave for other engagements, just let them know that we appreciate the time that you all come to spend with us. So I cannot imagine where I would be personally and professionally if I had not been introduced to ITEP in the spring of 1978. Some of you may have heard me share my story before in other venues, But I graduated from high school in 1976, and I was one of 21 graduating students in a small rural town, and I had been the only Indigenous student since grade 10, and it was me, and before that it was me and another friend of mine, she was older than me. So in May, around May, so that's almost 50 years ago, the vice principal and the principal were providing postgraduate counseling to the 21 students in the classroom, grade 12 classroom. And over about a few days, every student was called out one by one to go to the principal's, vice principal's office. And I considered the vice principal at the time a friend. I went to school in a public French Catholic school. And so I was taught by Catholic nuns. And I waited for my turn. That never came. And when I think back to that time, I realize that it wasn't only me that was experiencing this. Everyone else in that room, in that classroom, was also being taught to ignore me. And, you know, I loved learning. I loved education. But schooling was hard, like the politics of schooling, like the social climate of schooling. And recently, so I've maintained a relationship with my homeroom teacher, my Catholic nun friend. And I had lunch with her in early March. We share the month of March, our birthdays. And she said to me, I wish I would have done more to help you back then when you were in high school. Anyway, all of that to say is that it was my mom who brought me to ITEP. And I came to the city and I worked as a waitress, I worked as a chambermaid, I worked at the Parktown cleaning rooms. I worked in the kitchens. And my mom was frustrated. So she knew the late Danny Umperville, who was a counselor, an instructor, and a retired teacher, and an Anglican minister who married, buried, taught so many Indigenous people in this province. And so that's how I found my way to ITEP the next day, after having my mom invited Danny for supper, and that transformed my life. Like, who would have known 45 years ago? And being in ITEP, I started classes in May and June, and by the fall, and I remember being in a class, and actually it was Professor Bob Renier had invited the late John McLeod, and to speak to our classroom. And I still have this image of him sitting in the classroom in room 1039, for those of you who are familiar with the College of Education. And he sat on the table, and he was gently swinging his feet, and he was wearing wraparound moccasins, like home tanned, like the real ones. And I was sitting there watching him, and he was talking about language and culture and the value of education. And I was so blown away to see someone who resembled my father sitting there at the front of the classroom, teaching us in ITEP. And of course, at that time, this is like 1978, it's such an honor for me to be on the stage with Saul Sanderson, because this is the era of like David Hennique, the fiery Jim Sinclair, and the leadership at that time was so empowering. And then I met students on campus who were as fiery and as passionate and as committed to change. And I just wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to be a part of justice movement change. And so I hope that, that ITEP contributed to such a personal and professional transformation for me. And I had the opportunity to work in ITEP for 3 years prior to becoming a faculty member in the Department of Educational Foundations. And, I hope that my teaching and my support of students in the College of Education has also been transformative. Now, in terms of how Indian control of Indian education, that policy statement has impacted me and how it's informed my teaching, I always have gone back to the statement that was shared earlier today on, and I'll just read, I don't even have to, where did I write down just the very beginning of it? The forces that shape us. Yes, the forces that shape us, that's what Indian control is, to help us understand what those forces that have shaped us, and that we will never know our full potential unless we know. And I've always done my own interpretation of that. I interpret it as not only understanding the culture and language, but also understanding the forces of colonialism that we heard from Saul this morning. And so I've always drawn on Indian control of Indian education to validate and to support my anti-colonial, anti-racist teaching. And the forces that have shaped us to understand like the impact, the powerful impact that Saul has shared with us today. And so what can the University of Saskatchewan do to support Indian control of Indian education? So when I started in ITEP, there was the Indian and Northern Education Program, for those of you who are not familiar. And that program was Cecil King, he was a faculty member. And the Indian and Northern Education Program was not a department, although it offered a whole set of undergraduate courses in Indian education, as well as graduate programming. So some of the early Indigenous people who were on campus have their master's degree from Indian and Northern Education Program. And that's the other thing is Cecil King was my first Indigenous teacher. And I remember I was honored to be asked to speak at his funeral a year ago. And I remember him teaching us the word eclectic. And I had not heard about that word before. And he was talking about pedagogy and curriculum. But I want to go back to talking about those courses in terms of providing the foundation. So that's what back then, all of us in the Indian Teacher Education Program took our courses that were directed, that were focused on Indigenous education. And along the way, probably due to budget cuts, we lost that Indian and Northern education. Well, sometimes we get integrated into erasure. And I think, Saul was talking about that this morning. So, so I think back, and I still have my transcripts from the University of Saskatchewan with those courses that I took. And there is evidence that we existed as an Indian and Northern education program because there are still old copies of the paper catalog of courses roaming around here and there, and I may even have one that I siphoned off from ITEP office about 5 or 6 or 7 or 8 years ago. Now I'm telling on myself. I'll return it. And then just supporting Indigenous faculty, if the university could support Indigenous faculty, and also to clearly, from listening to Saul this morning, there's a lot more that we have to learn and understand in terms of our history and our collective history and the long history of colonization around the world. And I was sharing at lunch that I've spent time in Kenya, I spent time in Botswana, just come back from Australia last fall to see the impact of British colonialism is remarkable. And so to understand that history is really important. And you know, prior to going to Botswana, I really felt like it was my responsibility, if I was going to that part of the world, to understand the history of the development of apartheid in South Africa. And I still have that paper. And to see like how the dehumanization of the people in that country occurred over, because they wanted access to land, to mining, and we see that happening globally in the past and in the present. And so that kind of history needs to be taught. And I think that's 15 minutes? Close? Or did I go? Lately, I feel like I must be getting old because I go overtime.
No, that's definitely okay, and we're right on time, and that's great, and we have the attention of everyone in this room, and that I think is the importance of this type of talk and sitting here and sharing a lot of where these people that sit with me today have been and where they're still going. I think that's really important. Is that I can say anyone sitting up here is still learning each and every day. So that's what the purpose of these panels are. So next, we will move to Saul Sanderson to answer these questions and continue this discussion.
Good afternoon. That was a good meal, eh? Well, I'm not going to review the first two questions. I think you already heard enough earlier on the first two questions, but the last one is very important. In terms of your future plans, like I was saying in my presentation, what's wrong with the ITEP College of Education? Now that's some planning. It's going to have to happen if you're going to leave the doors open, so that the future generations can build on what ITEP's doing now. So you need to examine the structure of this university, including the governing structure, the jurisdictional areas, and the legal capacity, but more important, the kind of funding that this university gets for financing of universities, so that you can build on your ITEP program. But like I said earlier, we don't even have departments in our government systems. But ITEP program can expand in a major way and set up that ITEP College of Education and have several institutions that you can implement. And that's the capacity you have for the future and looking at how you're going to move forward. And that can also accommodate. Like I'm working now, like I told you, on getting full capacity of a university for FNUC under our government jurisdiction and laws. So we'll issue the charter for the First Nations University, which is already there. but people don't recognize the lawful legal capacity we have to implement our jurisdiction, to implement our own university under our own charter. Now, in the USA, I told you about the power of the Pope to create universities worldwide. Congress now has legislated the recognition of tribal colleges and universities. 2 tribes have also issued their own charters for their universities and colleges. One of them just offered a PhD in their university this year. So that type of planning is already happening in many cases. So don't feel like you're alone in terms of having to do planning here in this university, because this university and the governing structure and jurisdiction, like any other institution of Canada, is going to have to make room to apply First Nations jurisdiction and inherent legal systems. So down the road, as you move forward, looking at certification standards and accreditation, that can be done under our own jurisdiction and laws, but we can also certify and charter our own institutions and colleges and universities. So I think that's enough homework I've given you for the next 50 years. But don't be impatient. Political change takes a long time. One elder took me aside as a young leader. He says, "Come here, I'm going to talk to you." He said, "I'm only going to tell you this once, and don't you forget it." He said, 100 years of political change is like 1 year in your lifetime. Now, I have seen political change over the last 65 years, and that feels like it's been only 1 year in my lifetime, but there's been major changes. Don't get frustrated. Thank you for sticking in there like you did. My granddaughter has 5 children. She finished her degree, struggling like you did. And those struggles will change, though, because we'll build those support systems. I'm not just talking about a university and college and programming for your accreditation and all that. We need to focus on the support systems of students and parents and the homes. Now there's major funding again that's available there, and we're just not accessing it. Why? We're not budgeting for it. Now, many of you here don't belong to a band that's budgeting for their funding for the year. What do? They budget for education through their education programs. Well, is that what the governments do, federally and provincially, and their institutions? No. They budget for their own trades, skills, and professional development in education and training for their human resources in every sector, every department. And here we're expecting our program for education to be budgeting for all that. Never going to happen. So it's time that we budget for our trades, skills, and professional education that's recognized as the inherent right and treaty right in every sector. Because we're going to move forward with our economy, we need trade, skills, and professional human resources in that economy, in every sector of that economy. So I could go on for that type of discussion. But in your planning, you need to keep that in mind. Like I said, the politics of things, you're going to have to be able to talk about and deal with. And universities and any government institutions is very damn sensitive when it comes to talking about their jurisdiction and laws that they have or don't have. So in other words, you'll see an institute, an indigenous college created here in the University of Saskatoon, but not this university. It'll go right across the country. And that has to be controlled by us. The day is here where we take control. Like I told you, we're a big business in this country. The city of Prince Albert, 55 years ago when I was a policeman there for 5.5 years, they put the women's jail up. 99% of that jail has been Indian women, Indian Métis women, right to today. That speaks loud and clear. Federal penitentiary, we had 5% Indian Métis in that federal penitentiary. 85% today, Indian and men and women in that federal penitentiary. The Provincial Correctional Center for Men, they cleared it out with old men 10 years ago to make room for our young men to go into that correctional center. Now just take a minute and think about the kind of money that we bring into that city through being incarcerated in their institutions. Think about all the jobs we create. Something seriously wrong some places. We got a whole bunch of our young people on probation. Why? There's got to be something done about the justice system. I saw it when I worked there. I dealt with it too. I laughed at the mayor and the chief of police. In their wisdom, the city council and the police board decided to close down the 2 shelters that were available in the city. Then they made policy, you can't give them shelter in the police cells at the police station. You can't put them in the police car to keep them warm. I was patrolling down Central Avenue, 60 below out, not counting the wind chill, and there's an elderly gentleman staggering along in that chill, in that cold weather. I pulled up beside him, and he was a white man, about 70 years old, struggling in that cold weather. I said, jump in the back of my car here. We're going to go up the hill here to a house. And when I get there, we're going to park, and you're going to come with me to that door. This is 3:30 in the morning. So he came with me to the door, and I rang the doorbell. The mayor answers the door. What the hell are you doing here, Sandy? He used to call me Sandy. Sir, your worship, I said, I just brought one of your citizens here that needs shelter. In your wisdom, you people decided to close the 2 shelters. He's your citizen. As a policeman, I'm making you responsible to look after your citizen here. You find a place for him for sheltering. And I walked away. And the old man stayed at the door. And he says, Sandy, you can't do this to me. I said, I just done it. Next morning, I got notified when I got home to go to bed. Come to the police station right now. The chief wants to see you and the mayor wants to see you. So I got dressed and went down to the police station, walked into the chief's office, gave both him and the mayor a hell of a lecture, and I walked out. I didn't stay for the meeting. Now the same thing happened in social welfare, social services. Young lady going to jump off the bridge to commit suicide. I talked her out of it, put her in my car. I said, I'm going to take you to a house, and you're going to stay there. So I took her to the director of social services house, 3 o'clock in the morning again. So I said, look, this young lady needs help. She just wanted to commit suicide. That's a loud message to us. She's looking for help. She needs help. And your job is not 9 to 5. Your job is 24/7. So since you don't have anybody available to follow up with her, I'm leaving her here and you look after her. Well, within a week, they had 24/7 service available for that type of situation. Now you see, that's politics. That's the politics of the police force, politics of the city police, politics of social services. But we're afraid to go there in the work we do. So many of our people fighting those types of issues on their own. And that's in health. That's in education, social services, economics, justice, and so on. So your task in working with this university is don't be afraid to look at their governing structure, their jurisdiction, their legal arrangements, and especially their financing. You need to have that information if you're going to plan properly and plan for the future. But your 100th anniversary should say ITEP College of Education. Okay. Thank you.
So thank you all for sharing and answering.
Did I give you enough work?
Lots of work ahead of us, and I hope everyone in here is moving towards that help. And one thing I think, just from listening to each of you and the wealth of knowledge that each of you carry, I want to focus back on what the ITEP staff presented, and one thing specifically, and that's their mission. And I think the mission, in just 3 people speaking about their experience over the last 50 years, speaks to how they've been continuing to meet that mission since 1972. So I'm just going to read it. To build a community of teachers who expect excellence, understand and value the culture, languages, identity, and traditions of our students. Guided by the principles of the Indian control of Indian education, our aim is to continue to build relationships, understand First Nations worldviews and values, to make education relevant to the philosophy and needs of First Nations people. ITEP will serve as a vehicle for building successful schools, communities, and most importantly, nations. So I think thinking about the mission of that, and thinking about the 3 people that have been very instrumental, and the people before them that have brought them to this point, really continues to focus on the mission of the Indian Teacher Education Program and how important that is. So in closing, I'd like to offer each of the panelists another moment for closing comments if they'd like, and I will pass it off to anyone who would like to have some closing comments.
I think one of the things that I've often said at very different tables across our university is just for us to have the belief in our students, all students. And one thing is that I'm going to make sure that Saul doesn't have my address. Even though we as ITEP, we do get called to support our students at every time of the day, whether that's in the evening for mental health support, on the weekends, and that's part of our role. And I think that we have to be supportive and accountable to our communities and to make sure that everybody is safe. So just, I think that was a good, I'm gonna keep that strategy in my pocket. So Irene, I think I know where you live.
Well, you know, there's so many things to say, really, you know. After 45 years on this campus, pretty much, But I just want to say that, you know, listening to stories, these stories of Saul's experience, professional experiences, have been a source of inspiration, and they inspire me even now to keep going and to be good trouble, I think, eh? And I also just wanted to say, I forgot to mention that in my research on the history of Indigenous education, particularly from the period of integration into public ed, I was so inspired. This is 30 years ago that I heard Saul speak at the 30-year anniversary of ITEP. Remember, at Saskatoon Inn, some of you might have been there. And they were distributing a story called The Louse That Roared, which was the history of how James Smith started band control of education. And so that story also was inspiring to me, The Louse That Roared, Indigenous kids in Kinistino being accused of, bringing lice into the school. And so I realized then that for me, 30 years ago, or maybe it's 20 years ago, 20, 30-year anniversary, that to me, it inspired the commitment that I had made to become and be an anti-racist educator. So thanks again for that. And the other thing, the last thing I want to say is, when I entered into ITEP, within weeks, the ITEP staff and the students saw the untapped potential in me, as they saw in other students, as they have continued to see. And so it was the first time that I experienced validation as a student and as a learner. And that's been an inspiration, and I hope the opportunities that I've had to work with ITEP provided that, and I have met some amazing, and had the opportunity to teach amazing students in ITEP. Just thank you for that opportunity.
I thanked Cal for going up on the stage with all those women. As a chief back home in '72, all my directors were women except for one man. As chief of FSIN, all my presidents of our institutions were all women except one man. So I got reprimanded from some of the men on my executive and some of the chiefs for hiring too many women. He said, "How come you do that?" Well, sorry, but they're the shakers and the movers. If we're going to get anything done, I'll hire more women. I said, but so I said, traditionally, our women had power for governing. In the clan system, who headed up the clans? Grandma. In the kinship system, who headed up the structures for the kinship system, implementing the highly structured disciplined societies we had for governing? Women. You see? And that went further. The women made the laws in the home, the family, and the community. The men were charged with keeping the community safe and from any danger. Now you see, we're also criticized of not knowing democratic systems of governing. Now you know where it come from. We've always had democratic systems of governing. But who played a major role? The women. Remember a woman's lib? When I was chief, I'd go into a bank or some government office, a woman was power tripping there, and she said, "Don't you respect women's lib?" I said, "Don't even go there. You'll never have the same power that our women have under our traditional systems of governing and under our societies and our communities for functioning in our government systems." And I highlighted the powers the women had. The whole place would just go quiet. But I said, "Don't even bother me about women's lib. It's your churches and your governments that made laws to outlaw our women having the powers for governing in our systems of governing. That's the first group they attacked to terminate the sovereignty of our nations. So don't even go there." So many times I could go back in those places, nobody even wanted to talk to me about women's lib. But that's what the issue was back then. Everybody wanted to implement women's lib. Now today, what are they doing? Oh, we need equality. Equality, what the hell for? Respect our systems of governing. We had plenty of equality between women and men and the functions of men and women. And those traditional teachings are still around. There's in-depth teaching in the Mon ceremonies of the duty and respect and responsibilities for women, for female. There's also teachings for men. Interfere with those duties and responsibilities of the female, there's consequences. Teaching the stages of life from birth to death. Major teachings there for our young people, right from birth to death as older people. So when you're planning, again, going back to your planning, keep those things in mind, because they worked for us, I can tell you. We didn't have jails. We didn't have the type of social system you see today. And when I was chief in '72, I had done something else. My allocation from the feds, 50% was social assistance. So I took all the social assistance money and the unemployment money, and I created what I called an economic subsidy. And what the economic subsidy was, every family and individual needed utilities, rent, food, transportation. If they worked, they need daycare services. And that was made available to every family and every individual. And 2 years ago when I was in Ottawa with my wife Elsie, we met with Katrina, the Secretary of the Cabinet, and her staff. She said, "I'm told you've done something very positive with social assistance when you were chief in '72. That before we start the meeting, I want you to tell me what you did." She said, "Our social assistance programming is in one hell of a mess all the way from here to the community level." I said, "I know it is. Well, tell me what you did." So I told her what we did. And she said, "Oh, that's like a guaranteed annual income." "Of course," I said, "but it's a positive investment. Not like what you're doing today with social assistance and your funding and your programming. It's all negative investment." That was totally positive investment. And I said, because I had a government fiscal agreement, I didn't only access money from Indian Affairs, because when they set up Indian Control, they cut us off 3 times in 1 year from Indian Affairs funding. And it was statutory funding. So I just invoiced them. And then I went to several federal departments. And like I was saying, the manpower had different programming. Flip, flop, flip, and so on, leap. And 5 year guaranteed funding for 5 years. So I went there and accessed money. And we went from 2 employees to 165 employees in 6 weeks. And we introduced a degree program in teacher ed and social work right in our community. Now you see, that can be done today. Just what I said can be done right now, today, in every one of our communities and every urban center. So again, in your planning, don't be afraid to go there and look at what's possible. So thank you again, and I probably won't see you now for a while. Doug Cardinal told me at Venice, Italy, when they took the Canadian Pavilion there, they put a little documentary in the pavilion called 500 Years with Saul Sanderson, it was called. And everybody was in there, and they put it on, and when it was done, he said, "Now, Saul," he said, "you can't die," he said. And some of the elder ladies from Alberta, when I was done doing a presentation, they come and circled my table, and they said, "We're just here to tell you, you can't die." But I'm getting to that stage too, so don't be afraid. Carry on with what you have to do. Like I was told by many of our own elders. And in 1956, 57, when they went from the Union of Saskatchewan Chiefs, from those splinter organizations that we had to have because it was against the Indian Act for us to assemble. They had all these splinter organizations. The vets came back from World War I and World War II, and they formed the Union of Saskatchewan Chiefs. Up to that time, and they formed the FSI Inc. under provincial corporate law. And that chiefs wanted to change, the elders wanted to change, so we changed it in the late 70s to 1982, and we adopted the FSIN Convention Act, formally structuring our whole governing systems of FSIN under our own government jurisdiction and laws. So we'll keep doing that, and we'll get our institutions in having the same capacity. Thank you very much.
So in closing, I'd like to thank each of you for helping us have this visit and this conversation and to telling your story. With that, if everyone could please, again, give a round of applause to Verna, Saul, and Yvette. Okay, so I'm gonna begin introducing our panelists here as everyone grabs their afternoon energy of some Starbucks coffee and makes their way back to their seat. So first I'd like to introduce, I'll go in order of the way they're sitting so it's easy for you to see who I'm talking about. So first I'd like to introduce Marnie Ross. Marnie Ross is a proud Neha Esqueo from the Red Earth Cree Nation. She is also a very proud second-generation ITEP graduate. Marnie is the principal of Aiden Bowman Collegiate in Saskatoon. She has served as a teacher in Thunderchild First Nation, Princess Alexandra Community School, and Bedford Road Collegiate. She has worked in Indigenous advocacy and achievement in various roles, including secondary educational consultant with the First Nation, Inuit, and Métis Education Unit for the Saskatoon Public Schools, and achieved a dream of serving in the Indian Teacher Education Program as a field experience facilitator, who is my field experience facilitator. Marnie is passionate about student engagement and advocacy. Marnie is the mom of 2 daughters and has been involved in Indigenous sport and community development for many years as well. Marnie thanks the ITEP program for giving a strong foundation of skills, knowledge, and for providing a strong community that has helped her find success in life and work. She's forever grateful to the ITEP program. So please help me in welcoming Marnie Ross to the panel. Next, I'd like to introduce, next to Marnie, Judy Pelly, hails from Cody First Nation. She is born and raised among knowledge keepers, wisdom holders, and lodge keepers, also known as Judy May Pelly. She was born to a family of 10 siblings and with an extended family who nurtured her traditional education since childhood. Titles she now holds herself are knowledge keeper and cultural advisor, both earned through her lifelong traditional education. She is a proud Anishinaabe Saulteaux woman raised primarily by her grandparents on the land, and in the sacred lodges, Judy Pelly embraced the teachings of the elders around her. A prolific visitor of the old people as a child, she spent many days in the council of grandparents. Rain or shine, she would trudge across the fields to visit and learn, an activity she still undertakes today, visiting and counseling others now herself. What a blessing. Judy is a mother to 3 sons and a kokum to 5 grandchildren. As a residential school survivor, Judy's reflection and experience on her boarding school education at the St. Philip's Residential School has served to bridge relationships between all people. Judy serves as a cultural advisor for many organizations, groups, and individuals. She shares her knowledge of the Anishinaabe ways of life and protocol to help others understand the importance of growing together in communities, businesses, service industries, schools, and homes. Judy received her post-secondary education at the University of Saskatchewan. She moved to Alberta, where she worked with the Alberta Learning as an education manager for 15 years. Upon returning to Saskatoon, she worked in various capacities with the Federation of Sovereign Nations Institutes. She retired from the Saskatchewan Indian Institute of Technology as the Dean of Community and Health Studies in 2015 after 21 years of service. She serves as an advisor to the Office of the Treaty Commissioner, Reconciliation City of Saskatoon, Connect Saskatoon City Police Victim Services, RCMP Indigenous Women's Advisory Group, Saskatoon Elder and Survivor Group, SCPOR Research University of Saskatchewan, and NEIHR Research. Judy's services includes working with the Saskatchewan Health Authority in mental health, and addiction services and adult outreach. So please help me in welcoming Judy Pelly to the panel. Next, I'd like to welcome Trevor Iron. Trevor Iron is a member of Canoe Lake Cree Nation in Treaty 10 territory. He is currently a teacher at Wokotowin School in Saskatoon. He has 5 years of classroom experience in Indigenous education in the provincial schools, as well as a proud graduate from the University of Saskatchewan Indian Teacher Education Program and Arts and Science grad. He is focused on Indigenous education. His passion for Cree language and revitalization, land-based education, and Nehiyaw history is evidenced in his classroom environment. Trevor's employment career began in Indigenous communities within the environmental, health, and infrastructure supports and maintenance. It is within these areas that he worked for the Saskatoon Tribal Council, Meadow Lake Tribal Councils, and their member First Nations for over 11 years. He is thankful for the many connections and friendships that resulted from working with these member First Nations. Trevor made the decision to return to university and pursue an education degree and focus on Cree language. Trevor's first language is Nehiyawewen, and this has been representative in all aspects of his home, school, and work life. His decision to attain a teaching degree followed in the footstep of his late Kokum's footsteps, who also attended the Indian Teacher Education Program. As well, he has many female influences that are also ITEP grads, such as his mother, aunties, sister, friends, and wife. Trevor continues to provide his First Nations students with opportunities to re-engage with their language and culture through focused opportunities of land-based learning, Cree language instruction, and Nehiyawewen Pimatosowen. Please help me in welcoming Trevor Iron to this panel. I messed up that Cree real bad. And so Shirley's whole introduction's in Cree, and I'm not going to battle through that, although I'm going to keep this and I'm going to try and learn it for another time. I'm going to read the English version that she provided, thankfully. Shirley was born on the Waterhen Lake Reserve. Her grandmother gave her a Cree name, however, no one has used that name since her passing. Her given name is Shirley. Shirley has 2 older siblings and 1 younger. However, she also has 10 other siblings. Shirley has a daughter, Tahira, and a son, Lucas. Lucas has a daughter. Shirley calls her granddaughter, Haley Ray. 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 Haley Ray Shirley has served, sorry, I'm losing my place. Shirley has served and instructed our children for 25 plus years and is grateful for that. Shirley is one of the field experience coordinators with the undergraduate program in the College of Education. So please help me in welcoming Shirley to this panel and all our panelists sitting here today. So, just like the last panel, we're going to go through the questions once I find them. And we're going to answer them in a scaffolded format. And because there's no chair for me, which is fine, I'm going to read the questions and then go sit in front. And shake my hand at you if you go over time. No, I'm just kidding. So each panelist will have 15 minutes to answer the questions. And I'm not going to decide the order because I'll probably get in trouble after, so they can discuss that through themselves, but I'll read off the questions. How has the Indian Teacher Education Program impacted your life, and how does it continue to play a role? That's question 1. And as an educator and alumni of the Indian Teacher Education Program, how does Indian control of Indian education influence your teaching practice or your current career? And same as the first panel, the last question, what can the University of Saskatchewan do to support Indian control of Indian education moving forward? So whoever's brave enough to go first. I'm not going to pick. Trevor's going to go first.
Can you hear me? Okay, I was voluntold to go first, so I guess I'll go first. Women are the boss, right? Who's the boss of the house? Mom. Go home. Okay, so the first question is, how has the Indian education program impacted my life, and how does it continue to play a role? So the first experience of ITEP program was when I was probably 5 years old, when my mom was going through the ITEP program. I was a university baby. I was always here. Brings back lots of memories coming back. I was here from 5 years old to 9, 10 years old. She actually completed 2 degrees at the same time, the ITEP program, a B.Ed, and Arts and Science. So after that, we moved up north to Waterhen, where she taught for 3 years, did my schooling there. After that, I went back home to our First Nation, Canoe Lake Cree First Nation. So I want to stop right there. And first off, no te tam skagan yo suta sino ga na hapit mi ti no taga ai ki in to tawi ki we ga we ato taman ste gi we ma. First off, I'd like to thank each and every one of you guys sitting here. Thanking all of you taking the time out of your day to come and listen to us here and speak. So Niuma Trevor Iron se kason hiyo pa se hoche ki wit nok. My name is Trevor Iron. I'm from Canoe Lake Cree First Nation in northern Saskatchewan within Treaty 10. Nihiawiwin is my first language. Cree is my first language. First time I spoke English was when I went to school when I was maybe 3 years old, 4 years old. And so a lot of times I'll often catch myself having to think of the right words to say in English before I actually speak. And it's funny because I know many of my students right now, I'm a grade 7, grade 8 teacher here at Wakohtuin School. And sometimes I might say the wrong word or say it funny or have a different accent to it, and the kids like giggle and joke around and everything like that. So I always have to remind them too that English is not my first language, so Cree is my first language. So, every time I'm using my language, I'm so proud to use it because it's a language of my ancestors, my grandparents, my tapines. The language that I speak is all from my family, my relations, my great-grandparents, my ancestors. And it brings me great pride, great joy using that language. Because tahtoga puchitayan ma pikswewin begwan unigi wakegwa kakyo wahumagana gotaya chikmigwat. So all of my relations are here with me when I'm speaking that language, giving me the power to use it. Okay. Going all the way back. Okay, so I welcomed everyone, talk about my journey, ITEP, how it impacted me. My kohom was no kumpan. She had my grandmother, my late grandmother was an ITEP alumni also, along with my mother. They both came to school here in the late 80s. I was basically grew up age 5 to 10 here at the university. Moved back home. Went to Waterhen till grade 7. Grade 8, grade 9, I was in Kennel Lake. Grade 10, I was in residential school at Bouval. Grade 11, went back to Kennel Lake. Grade 12, Kennel Lake. After I was done grade 12, came back to university to pursue my arts and science degree in Native Studies. Finished that, started working with the Saskatoon Tribal Council in the health division. So I was a water quality monitor for a couple of years, and I transitioned over to becoming a water treatment and facility maintenance advisor. That was my official title. It was a nice job, company vehicle, company gas card, company tools, company everything. And throughout all my travel throughout all my travel within First Nation community, First Nations, I've seen the need, the yearn for the language and everything like that. So, what better opportunity for me to come back to school and to attain a education degree to pass on the language and the Cree ways of knowing, Cree knowledge and everything like that. That's the best way that I thought I could pass on this knowledge that I carry. What other question? So I've been doing that for 5 years. So I worked 11 years with tribal councils, both Saskatoon Tribal Council and Meadow Lake Tribal Council. I've seen the need for language and cultural knowledge being passed on, because even I was not in that role as an educator. I'd be visiting communities, schools, and everything like that, and they would ask me, how do you do this? How do you do that? How do you would say this? Or how do you set a net or something like that? So growing up, I did all of that stuff and everything like that. And I just wanted to share a little example with one of my students 2 years ago, I think. I guess he must have had a little hangnail or something like that. He came and tell me, oh, my finger is sore. So it was like swelled up, full of pus and everything like that. So I actually phoned home, asked his parents to put polysporin on. So checked the school, medical supplies, whatever. There was no polysporin, there was nothing. So I phoned back with his parents and asked, couldn't find any polysporin, but I do know of some traditional medicines that I can administer to this child. Is that okay? So, sure enough, they said, yeah, go for it. And then, so me and that boy went outside at recess time. We had our tobacco in hand because whatever we're taking from others, we have to give back and lay an offering. So we got some supplies, the stuff, the spruce gum and everything like that, and we used that to put on his sore and everything like that. So he told me the next day, Mr. Iron, I didn't believe anything you had told me about this stuff is going to help me. And then he admitted, like 5 minutes after we put that stuff on, everything was gone. My finger felt all better. He couldn't even move his hand. Like, he couldn't bend it or anything like that. That's how hurt he was, how much the pain of 11 or something like that. And he was asking, how did you learn all of this stuff? Well, from when I was a little boy, I told him, I learned all of this stuff from my grandfathers, my uncle, my dad, everyone. Every time we went out on the land, we learned all these different things. So that was my passion, why I wanted to become a teacher, to pass on this knowledge to all these students. And I think I talked too long. Oh, I still got time. Okay, I see the timer now. You want all 3 questions? Okay. As an educator, I showed you an example of why I wanted to become a teacher and what I can pass on to the students and everything like that. So that's awesome. Teaching the students where they come from, who they are, what they mean. Because I know a lot of the students in my class are, well, all the students in my class are First Nation. I teach at Wakohtuwin School. It houses the Nihiawiwin Cree Language Culture Program. So 3 times a week they have designated time for culture and everything. We go in there and smudge. We have a designated Cree language culture teacher who provides that for the whole school, for the Cree program staff, or Cree program classrooms, I guess. So it's a K-8 classroom here in Saskatoon, formerly Confederation Park School. We had a name change 2 years ago to Wakohtuwin School. Wakohtuwin is the relationship, kinship, ties to one another, each other, but it also incorporates the kinship that we have with Mother Nature and all of its living things, how we're connected to the trees, the grass, the sky, the sun. And, that's what I try and teach the kids, that everything is all interconnected and all of that. I just keep looking at that time and like, what more can I say? I can't talk real fast and the numbers are just going real fast. So growing up ITEP, I was always here at the university from when I was a little kid, and coming back to school, after I was done high school, got my degree, went work in the real world, made some money, came back to school, got my degree, and it's always so nice to come back to the university here. One thing that the university, to support our ITEP program, is to keep it going. How can I say that in English? I have no idea. Well, we just have to keep striving, keep pushing for our own education, to teach our knowledge, pass on our knowledge to all of our students and everything like that. I can even, that's close enough. Eh? Okay, thank you.
Danse, Charlene at Sikasun, Sikipsage Gnekutsinia, ni mama Mariana Sikasu, Nukumpan, Ginia Wikasu Sagagi Gisikati Mana. Igo, Kagiksnamu Dansagis ni Hewian. Mwingi Giskson Danspi Igimats Agayasimuyan, Maga, Nisto. Miwihtin managa pihtaman ni hiawiwin. Igo nista nuhtiatuskatin, nuhtiuhpinin, iguan ma mstahe nia isagihtayan, biaguan mina trevoranust kagis mamaskutak. Niso ndutuasamsun nitans to hear sikasu Negosis Lucas Sikasu Niso Iguana Utuasamsu Iniwapuni to dansa Halire Iguanan Sikasu Magamana Isikatag Awaka Sagihag Mina Napisis for December Gaginitauget. Igo nanhe utse kataskogig igwa nisu gwan niston mamtani mawak. Igi guitsimit evet kapikskwian igo kimasnaham kigway umagapikskwattaman. Mahtamaga ni hiawing gitig. Aha, ntao, ngagaskitan, kahkioga ni hiawian. Maga, migwats maga pigskwian. Mitansi tantato, utagapi kinstuhtaw nao. Miasen. My name is Shirley. I was born and raised in Waterhead, and I grew up speaking Cree as well, like Trevor. I can't recall when I first learned English, and so I was always around my grandmother as well. And she was the one who taught us our ways because we were always hanging on to the side of her skirt, or crawling into bed with her, or sitting down beside her, or walking behind her as she went about and did different things. So I'm blessed with two children. I have a daughter, she's 35, and a son who's 33, who's blessed me with 2 grandchildren, Hallie Ray, who I call my little love, and a new grandson, he's 4 months, Brooks John James. I just call him Napisis for now. I don't have a name just yet for him, but I will soon. And so when Yvette asked me if I would be part of this panel, and I agreed, and she said, "Can you do it in Cree?" And I said, "Yes, I can." And so she, on the other hand, created another question for me. And I was looking on my phone, and I think I deleted it. And she wanted to talk to me about, she wanted me to speak about epistemology, pedagogy, and how it has impacted my life. Anyway, and so I said, okay, I'll take on that challenge. But I'll stick to the 3 questions. The Indian Teacher Education Program impacted me right in my home community when I was in grade 6. My grade 6 teacher came from my home reserve, who was late Charlie Fiddler. He was one of the early graduates of the Indian Teacher Education Program, and he taught us a classroom of probably 32 students. And I remember how fun it was and how amazing it was to have someone from our community teach us, and to just have somebody you know be in front of your classroom And so that was my first impact of the Indian Teacher Education Program. And I graduated here in 1995, and I was part of the same cohort as Yvette. We could have graduated together, but she took some time off. And so in 1990, I said to my sisters, I don't want to get emotional today, but the question says, how were you impacted? So, in 1990, I was at home raising 2 children. My son was 10 months old. And my daughter was 3. Every time I share the story, I feel like I've lived another life, because it was a traumatic part of my life, and I often can't believe I lived through that time of my life. The father of my children was a third-year ITEP student. And I was trying to finish my grade 12 education and be a mom at the same time when he got sick in the spring. We thought it was a ball injury, and the use of his right arm started with a thumb, and then pretty soon he couldn't write, and pretty soon he was dictating his assignments to me, and I was writing his answers down for him, and he would go hand in his assignments with my handwriting. And so I passed, even before I was in ITEP, I passed biology 110, because I took the course alongside him, and I would write his questions for him. And so from April to October, he continually got worse, and we had family visiting for his birthday weekend, and we just got to a mall, and he got extremely sick. And in that weekend, we discovered, October 9th weekend, we discovered that he had a brain tumor, and he passed within 4 months. And so it was members of his class who I barely knew, and who helped me through, some of the most darkest days. And it was one of his classmates that brought me an application and said, it was May, I remember this, because the university sent me a letter and said, sorry for your loss, Shirley, but you're going to have to vacate Seeger-Wheeler Hall apartments, And so it was in May, and I put an application to apply. My friend said, you need to apply, you have to do something. So I applied to ITEP and was accepted. So when I came in the fall, Darlene Arcand, who was working there, met me in the hall one day and said, Shirley, you didn't even apply to the College of Education. And so I had to apply to the College. I just assumed, I got an acceptance letter from ITEP, I'm in, I didn't realize you needed 2 applications. And so ITEP has been very instrumental in my life, and I don't often share that story because of, shall we say, statistics or people. I don't want pity. And so, because that can create a lot of trauma. And so I raised my kids to not to be viewed as orphans. I've really protected my 2 adults from that. And so I have 2 beautiful adults, kind souls. And the impact of education, they've watched me be a teacher, and both of them have said, we will never teach. Why would we want to endure such stress? And so my daughter did do 3 years of education here, but she finally had the courage to say, Mom, I don't want to teach, you want me to be a teacher. And so I said to both my adults, I said, I don't care what you do, as long as you have some letters behind your name, because we both know in the society that we grow up in, I said that's the only thing that opens doors. And so I now have 2 grandchildren. That's a game changer. All of you grandparents sitting in here know that for a fact. And so I want my future work to ensure that any door they walk through is open to them, or any door they choose to open, they are welcomed and can thrive in as well. And ITEP has influenced my teaching career, because most of my teaching career has been in First Nations communities and in around Lloydminster area and around the Melty Sea. First Nations, I served as a teacher and also a consultant over the years, and but my biggest passion has always been Nihiawiwan Indigenous languages. And so when I came to ITEP, we had one Cree course that was with Darlene Arcand, and that was where I realized that our Cree language was at a real decline, because there wasn't too many people I could converse with my age. I had to converse with people much older than myself. And so I'm grateful that I come from a family of Cree speakers, and I'm forever saying to them, Nihiawi, 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 because we're so used to talking English, and so I'm always forever listening and reaching out and finding people who can speak Cree. It just fills my soul, and I love to help people speak their language and reconnect with it. And so when I pursued my master's, I pursued Indigenous language education through First Nations University of Canada. And so that's truly my passion area. Currently, I serve at the field experience as one of the field experiences coordinators in the undergraduate program office. And I'm only 3 months in, and it's been fun and busy. And so I hope that I can make a difference or encourage conversations that will bring change. I like difficult conversations. Not that I thrive on them, but I am able to engage in difficult conversations because I think those conversations help us grow. And in doing that, we create spaces for up-and-coming students to be able to enter those spaces comfortably and to be welcomed in them. And so one of the things I would like for the university to do to support Indian control of Indian education is, like Saul Sanderson says, find the dollars, find the money, and I think more emphasis needs to be placed on language. Saul mentioned that already. And of course, creating spaces for the Indigenous faculty. I was just so appreciative when I had to go speak with Joe in the College of Law there, that there was a space for smudging. And that was, I felt at home there. I felt welcomed because there was a space for it. And those spaces need to be readily available for our students. If they needed a time to just go and smudge, I think that it should be almost in every building. And I would also like to see an elder in every college, and this is a conversation I had with Joe as well, that especially when we are making changes or having conversations about, well, how can we change where we're heading in education, then we should be able to have the opportunity to take some time to talk to an elder, and without them being an afterthought. And so that's one of the biggest things. And of course, having these conversations on a regular basis, and faculty. I'm of the mindset that when you're given an opportunity to speak, then if you want something, then you have to be confident enough to ask for it. And so I want to ask for the faculty to recognize, be trauma informed. That makes a difference. And greet people with a smile. And say hello to the Indigenous students. As I noted this in my last little bit here, when I first was here, our Indigenous person that would greet us in the hallway was always Dr. Berna. She would always come downstairs to the basement when we were having coffee and come and say hi to us, just to say hi, you know? And so that place doesn't exist anymore. And so making them feel welcome is absolutely important. And as I walked down the hall, it was about 3 weeks ago in the College of Education, and I met a faculty staff member, and I said, "Good morning." It was as if they didn't hear me. And I was like, okay. this still happens. And so if the university could do something, it would be, we have these conversations, is check yourself, check your privilege, and it's okay to say hello to Indigenous people. It's okay. You know, it takes a lot of effort to be here and to engage in conversations. It drains your energy sometimes, but at the same time, you're expected to be 100% woo-woo. But it's, you know, it's challenging, it's rewarding, and they do need to happen. And so tough conversations need to happen, but in those conversations, change should take place. And so this phrase over here, let's walk together, is that say let's cross together? Let's cross this together. I noted that the university uses a lot of language words as well. And so I was saying to someone else, I said, you need an audio. Listen to the audio so that you can enunciate that and give the respect that the language deserves. And when you're doing the translations for your initiatives on campus. And because there's a lot of spirit and life behind those power, behind those language words. And on another note, the final thing, I know we're in Cree territory, but we also need to strive harder for the Saulteaux, Dakota, the Dene, all the language groups across Saskatchewan to be uplifted, reclaimed, and revitalized. Igose.
All right. Thank you, Carson. Yeah, thank you so much to the other panel speakers. I'd like to just start by saying thank you to each of you for being here and taking time to be here and listen. For those who are staying and those who are here for a bit over the day. I'm really honored to be here, to be a panel on this day. You know, I just feel super honored to just be able to share my story, and that I was asked by ITEP to be here. So I just wanted to say how thankful I am for that. And so my name's Marnie. I come from the Red Earth Cree Nation because that's where my mother Helen is from. And my father was born and raised in Timber Bay, and his family came from Montreal Lake. And they were how they came to Timber Bay was one of my grandfathers enfranchising himself because he didn't want anyone telling him where he can hunt and fish. So that's why they moved over, and he married a lovely lady from Timber Bay. That's how my family came there, but my dad's a band member of Chigasté Basin, which is one of the bands out of James Smith. So those are my parents. They're both educators. I am a second generation ITEP graduate. My late father, Alan Ross, was a graduate from the program, and my mom was a graduate from the SunTEP program out of U of R. And so that's where my parents come from. And when I think about ITEP, I think I might have shared this with my I think I registered for the events for ITEP already. I think I shared my little story. I don't know if I did or not, or if I dreamt it. But when I think about ITEP, I think about, this is ITEP for me in a nutshell. When I was in ITEP, I had my two daughters. I had my oldest when I was 19, just before I was 20. And I came into ITEP. I started off in just arts and science. And I just started off in arts and science, and I came to the university, and I didn't really know what I wanted to do. And so I went, I think I had to go register for classes. I couldn't understand UStar for the life of me. So I went and found the office to help me. I was trying to find the arts and science office, but for no reason, I ended up at St. Thomas More. Now, I'm not Catholic, and so I ended up over there, and then all of a sudden I was a St. Thomas More student, and I think it was the dean of the college who registered me. And so I just kind of like, but that's just me in a nutshell. I'm like Pinocchio going to school, and just kind of land where I land. And so that's where I started, and I kind of had big dreams of different things I wanted to do, because my parents were both teachers, and I was raised by a single dad with my dad and my older sister, Alana, and my younger brother, Chris. And so we were raised by our dad. And I grew up with watching both of my parents be teachers, and I saw how much hard work it was. We're the kinds of kids, like many kids of teachers. You grow up in the classroom, you grow up in the gym. That's where your life is. And you know, that was my life. So anyway, naturally I said, I'm never going to be a teacher. That was my mantra right through my entire life. You know, and so when I came to university, I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I was like, I'm not going to be a teacher. But then when I had my first daughter, I was thinking about what would be a good life for being a parent. And so that's how I found my way into ITEP. And so when I first got to ITEP, it was that same story of being able to see people that look like you and not being judged for being a young mom. You know, because I looked really young when I was 19. Probably looked like I was a 12-year-old with a baby. People kept asking me if I was babysitting at the civic centers, and I'm like, no, it's my baby. But that's how I felt coming in. That was that they made space for me, and it was a welcoming, non-judgmental place, and just was there for me. And so for me, you know, and then I had my second daughter while I was in ITEP as well. So my little Maddie's a little ITEP baby as well. Never thought about it till you said that today. You know, and I had my second daughter in ITEP, and I had all sorts of struggles in school. It took me a long time to finish my degree. And at the time, the time that I was more nearing the end, and you know, probably my professors could attest to this, the dragging me across the line would be my story, and like how the one I think I was finishing one of my last papers, and I was like I was a single mom with my two little girls. I didn't have any money. You know, I was living on student loans. I was one of those kids who didn't get funding from my reserves, so I had student loans right through school. Living on like $1,300 a month with 2 daycare. Like I don't even know how kids survive right now. But you know, that I remember that feeling and having to do like all-nighters for this paper, and my kids were like babies, and I couldn't do work when they were awake, and I go drop them off at USSU daycare to go do work and then be up and only do my work at night. I was so tired. I always made sure my kids had stuff, and you know, like the poverty was real. You know, and even though my parents were educators, I also was raised with the value of independence. I wasn't going to go and bug my family to be able to, you know, I just didn't. So that's how I was raised. And so I remember the one day I finished that silly paper. I don't even know what it was about, but it sure took forever, and it was like really stressful. And then I had no car, I had no bus pass, I lived on Main Street. I dropped off my kids at daycare. I walked to the university, and this was just a story. I think that was the first time I shared that little story, and I came to the ITEP office. I went and slid it under the door of one of my professors, probably late, and then I put it under their door, and I was just like, I just finished that all-nighter. I was tired. I went downstairs. I didn't really have anything to eat, and I was like just tired. We've all had those times. But then I walked into the ITEP student lounge. No one was in there, but randomly there's a pot of duck soup sitting there with some bannock. And it was like, honestly, to this day, like one of the best meals I've ever eaten in my life, because I was finishing and I got that duck soup, and it was just like, it was just everything for me. But that was ITEP for me. It was a space of having, like, it's right in the mission statements. And it just surprised me when I was listening to the mission statements. It's right in there. It's the culture, language, identity, and community. That's what ITEP was for me. You know, I come from teachers, so I lived all over the place. I'm a kid who went to a different school every year of my life from K to 12. I've lived in city schools, I went to school east side, west side, and I've lived on multiple reserves. And it was unapologetically because my parents both worked in First Nation education. Their career is almost the whole thing. And I used to ask my dad, why do we have to move all the time? And then he didn't apologize for it. He goes, well, my girl, that's the way it is. Us Indigenous teachers, we're nomadic. That's how it is. And I was like, okay. So I moved so much, you know, with ITEP. So I was a kid who moved everywhere. But sometimes, like, I feel like my story through the ITEP program and in my life is one of, it seems like it's atypical, but it's not. You know, well, I come from a big family on my mom and dad's side, but almost everyone's passed away. I have 2 Muslims left, the direct family members in my family, and my mom. You know, and on my mom's side, I have 2 uncles left out of huge families. So the reality is of trauma and the effects of colonization, it's real. And those are, you know, huge pieces that we have to go through in our programs. And so what ITEP does is it does provide that space for us to have community and to be able to know who we are and be able to show, like, it was a space that, not unlike, you know, what we heard this morning, where the faculty, they show us a lot of our gifts and lift us up. A good education program, I believe, not just ITEP, but even in general, and a good education program lifts up, probably even any education, not even just for teachers. It lifts up the students to reveal their gifts. It's not about filling them up with knowledge. That's a big difference, and that's what ITEP does, and that's what they did for me. And so when we talk about how does ITEP affect and has impacted our lives, well, it's not just an individual impact to people. It's generational. You know, so my parents are teachers. I'm a second generation ITEP graduate with lots of my own struggles, you know, that are different from my parents. But then I have 2 daughters, which my 2 daughters are, one's graduating this year in the fall from SFU in criminology and sociology, and my youngest is going to graduate from Toronto Metropolitan with her BFA in dance. It's a whole different reality for kids now, you know, and so that's when we talk about the impacts of education and ITEP and how it affects not just on an individual level, it changes the trajectory of life for families intergenerationally. That's how powerful and important the ITEP program is, because in a lot of sense, I had my own struggles to be able to just be where I'm at, but I know that my struggles are probably less than my parents when they're the first ones in their families to finish school. So I know those different pieces, but I think that those impacts are, I think that's my story, in that how when we look at the stories and how they kind of seem like full of lots of struggle and trauma. I remember asking my dad about the amount of deaths that we had in our family, and I said to him, I said, well, why do we have to go through that so much as a family? And then he said to me, well, my girl, honestly, it feels that way because it's individual. It happens to us because it's our family. But it is not just our family. It's something that is common across Turtle Island, across Indigenous communities and families. The impacts of colonization, the loss, being at lots of funerals, like all these different things. Our people go through so much struggle, and that's the commonality. But that's why having programs where you have identity, culture, and community is so important, because that way you can find community amongst with each other, and then you're able to be lifted up for the things that make you special in a society that often doesn't value us the way we value ourselves. So I feel like those are the big pieces. When I think about the impacts to ITEP, that's what it is for me. And when I think about Indian control of Indian education, it's such a huge piece, because it lives and it lives through everything in ITEP, through the kinds of educators that they hire to teach the classes, the readings that we have. It comes through just the way they do things, of what that policy document is. And I remember when I got my very first formalized leadership opportunity, that was when I became a secondary consultant for the Saskatoon Public Schools. When I first got there, I didn't know what that job was. You know, I didn't really know what the outcomes of it was. And I was trying to think about, well, what is my philosophy and foundation going to be on? And honestly, I had Daryl Eisvester as my first boss in that office. And then I went and asked him, and him being the kind, welcoming person that he is, it was basically like, you know, it's the same thing. Your gifts will start to be the things that will shine. And I'm like, well, what does that mean? So then I actually went back to the policy document, Indian Control of Indian Education. I actually looked at that, and I looked at where do my philosophies align with this. And as I'm reading it, it literally speaks to what Indigenous people want for our Indigenous children. And so I feel like that in itself is that piece of, because the pieces that resonated with me strongly were around equity. They wanted equitable outcomes for Indigenous kids in society. That was one. Another piece is around voice and engagement. So engagement meaning like Indigenous engagement in the decision-making for education for kids, but also in terms of the learning from. So when I think about even just those two things, I've thought about how do I have that narrative that exists through my entire career? And that's been a foundation for me. So number one being that when it comes to Indigenous education, make no mistake, our people know what we want for our kids. We know. So that means that it has to come from our people of what that work looks like and sounds like. And I feel that in public education, because I'm in my 18th year of education and I'm a principal at Aiden Bowman at a big school. And in my journey, I've been, as a teacher, I've taught in Thunderchild, and then I've been in public education for a long time. And I've been in public education because of the sheer numbers of Indigenous kids that exist in this city. I miss being around Indigenous people and community. That's why I loved ITEP. It provided that space. But I also know that the needs are bigger than that. So when you look at Indian Control of Indian Education, the definition isn't just Indigenous people teaching on Indigenous education on reserve. The idea can be that this is how I personally view it. And I know that it might be different, but it actually can be far-reaching. And it matches well with our Indigenous way of thinking, which is, it is circular. Everybody belongs, everybody has a place. And so our Indigenous ways of knowing need to also be heard in public education spaces. And that's why we need to have our people in those spaces as well, because that pathway it's hard. And so I know, being an ITEP graduate, that the expectation is higher and it's heavier for me as an Indigenous leader, because I am an ITEP graduate. I have learned the things that are important for us coming from the program, and I also know that being the first ITEP graduate to be a secondary administrator for Saskatoon Public Schools means that I have to make a path, to make a wider path for other people, which can be hard. But I also know that the expectation is heavier because our people understand that I'm a person who knows who I am, knows my identity, knows where I come from. That's where that space is. It's bigger because our families know that, so they expect me to speak louder, to advocate more, and to not let their kids fall through the cracks. So I can't speak for every space everywhere. I can speak for only my school. So at Aiden Bowman, I know I've been there for a few years now, but one thing I do know is that what ITEP's given me is those skill sets to be able to think about cultural change in a school, think about how conversations look differently in leading a school like that as a principal. But I do know and I feel strong to be able to say this, that at my school, I know that the Indigenous families at least feel a sense of safety and comfort that I'm there, because I know that the conversations have shifted where nobody ever comes to ask me to pull out their kid because they're not attending, or they have this, or all of the different things that you hear about kids in schools, like with Indigenous students, the myths that exist about Indigenous students and achievement, things like, well, they might not care so much about school, their parents aren't engaged. I never get a hold of parents, things like that. Those conversations are shifting in my space. And I think that's the space of why it's important to broaden that definition of Indian control of Indian education, to know that it's about supporting our Indigenous kids. And the secret that they don't know is when you know your identity, culture, and language, and you have a strong community where you come from, that's the part that's going to make you so special. It's going to be the place where the Indigenous people that work in your spaces bring that we are not at a deficit. We're actually the strength, because we're the ones who understand our communities. We understand our experiences. So it should be us that public education and First Nation education, it should always be Indigenous, ask Indigenous people first. That's what I try to bring, and that's how it's impacted my world as a leader. And I'm a quiet person. I've kind of lived everywhere. You know, I'm one of those Indigenous people who I think some people kind of know me but don't really know me and whatever, because I just stay under the radar for the most part. That's just because I care about the kids, and that's what I'm there for. I'm there for the kids. And who knows where my next adventures will take me. But I think that the foundation of where I'm at now, it came to me from being in the ITEP program. And that's kind of where it's at for me. So when I think about the future, I really hope that money keeps being put into the program, and that we think about allyship in the ITEP program and in any kind of programs for Indigenous people. That's what's really important for our people. So anyway, that's my little bit of a story. You know, I know it's been a long day, and I appreciate all of your time, but thanks again. Thanks again for listening.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated, and I really want to thank ITEP and all the work you're doing and you've done in Some of my experiences goes way back to 1968 when I first moved into Saskatoon. In Saskatoon, you couldn't find any Indigenous people anywhere. There was just, you had to go to the Friendship Center and you'd see a handful of Indigenous people here and there. But nowhere in the city could you find Indigenous people. So that's how long I've been around. I've been over 50 years in Saskatoon, and now we're everywhere. Unfortunately, some of the inner city places are not as pleasant to see, but I'm going to go give you a little bit of information on how I got there. That's where I work as well. ITEP has done everything for me, everything in my life. Creator somehow opened that door for me in 1972. 1960, I should say in 1969 or 70, I worked for Dr. Howard Adams. He was a Métis activist. He was a professor at the university. He was director, I think, of Extension Division. And I worked with him, he was working on a Northern education program for Métis, and he was given a grant by the government to help the people that were not that educated and needed entry level jobs. So I worked with him doing research on some of the books that he was writing. I also worked out of his home. And when the money ran out, and he gave me a heads up and said, "Judy, what are you going to do now?" And I said, "You know what, Howard, I'm just going to keep looking for jobs." And then he said, "I'm going to introduce you to Cecil King." He said, "They may have something for you there." So I went down the hall, just not too far down the hall. And Cecil, he offered me a job. Yeah, he said, sure, you could do some secretarial work, some groundwork, entry-level work. I was not that educated, I guess, and not that well doing it. So I did what I could with them until, for about 2 years, until they were developing the ITEP program. Now there was Dr. Cecil King, there was a Dr. Blue, Dr. Andre, or Father Andre Renault, and those some of those people that were developing the ITEP program. So I met Cecil and worked there for 2 years until the ITEP program became into fruition. It was going to start in February 1973. February 4th, 1973. He asked me, "Judy, what are you going to?" He said, "What are you going to do now? The program's going to start right away." And I said, "Well, look for another job." And he said, "How would you like to be an ITEP student?" And I said, "You know what? I've never thought of it." I said, "Can I? I wasn't a graduate. I had grade 12, but I didn't graduate." And he said, "Sure you can." He said, "There's a mature admission. We'll get you through." And I said, "Okay, I'll try it." And there I was, the very first ITEP student in February of 1973. So when it came into fruition in 1976, I graduated with it wasn't a degree, it was a teacher certificate, a standard 8 teaching certificate. So I graduated in 76, and immediately I applied for a job with FSIN. And there was new colleges now. There was, new institutes at FSIN that are visionaries. I was going to tell Saul how hard they fought to have our own institutes. In those days, our visionaries are Dave Haneke, Walter Dieter, John Tutusis, all those people fighting to get our own institutes for and about Indigenous peoples. And the very first one was the Saskatchewan Indian Cultural College, and the second one was the Saskatchewan Indian Community College. So they were interviewing for staff there, and I was one of the very first staff for there as well. The principal there was Tony Sparvier. It wasn't a president; they were called the principal. So I was the very first staff with that one, which was eventually to become the Indian teacher not Indian teacher, the SIIT. It became SIIT, but so I was the very first in a lot of those things. But going back, a little bit about myself is I'm a residential school survivor. I was very damaged in those schools. I was sexually abused by the time I was 6 years old, and I became a lifelong alcoholic. And as I sit here, I was 24 years sober. But so in those days, it was really a kind of a gong show in my life, because I was struggling in the ITEP program. Many of us we were fresh off the reserve, a lot of it, and the 24 people that were there, but we bonded so tightly. We were like a family. Like, we shared chocolate bars, we shared sandwiches, we shared bus tickets, we shared rides, we shared socks, we shared everything, and it was really, a lot of us were fighting with addictions as well, because we were intergenerational. We're intergenerational trauma, and I'm going to tell it straight as it is. Like, it wasn't we weren't all these. We were, a lot of us were born and raised in the same way. We were born into poverty. There was already alcoholism in all our communities, including mine. My parents, my grandparents, my uncles, my aunties, everybody drank, and so we became drinkers. Children become what they see. So I became a drinker, I became a smoker, and throughout, I don't know how I did it, but I graduated, and I did make it through ITEP. I wasn't a brilliant student by any means, but like my bio was saying, that I've always been a social person. I've been a social butterfly my whole life, ever since I was a little girl. When I wrote on there that I visited a lot, and my grandparents used to, how on reserves we lived in clusters, but by the time I was 5 and 6, I was already visiting grandparents here and there, and they would wait up for me to come there, because I was a grapevine. I was telling stories from one house to the next, and so I've always been a social person, and I think that's really what got me through a lot. And also my culture. I spoke my language, and I never did lose my culture. I always believed in the Creator, like I do now. Every single morning, I pray for the Creator to help me do the right things, to help me connect to the right people, and so that's happened. I'm very, very satisfied right now with my life, and without ITEP, I would have never been able to do all the things I do. So when I moved to Alberta, again, there I applied for 11 jobs, and I got 9 job offers, because again, in those days, I went back in '84 and got my degree in '85. Then I moved to Alberta for 15 years, and I applied for 11. I got 11, and applied for 11 jobs. I got 9 job offers, and they were all really, because like back in those days, you didn't find very many people with degrees. So ITEP did open all those doors for me. And so that again, Native Education Project in Alberta was the very first of its kind. So there was a lot of firsts in my life as I went along. So again, if I didn't get the education I did at the time, and I give all the thanks to my Creator, because even when I look back at the past of the sexual abuse and all the bad things, like I ended up marrying an alcoholic, domestic abuse, lots of domestic abuse. My marriage was very short, but I became a single parent of 3, and always worked. I've always worked, and I've always, since ITEP, been in middle management immediately. I never even taught. I never taught ever. So when I came back from Alberta, I applied back with FSIN, and I got in in 1996. My mother got terminally ill, and I came to be with her before she passed away. So many people, some of the older people might know her, and when Saul was talking about women and how you listen to women. And during my ITEP years, and even coming here and working, it was always my mother that pushed me, and you never crossed her. People that know her, you never crossed my mom. She would just give it to you. She was when she was having her funeral, she was buried in a RCMP tunic, because she was a commissioner, and there was people there from. In our little town, the whole airport was full of small planes from Ottawa, from all over. But my mom, when the police commissioner from Ottawa came, he said, you know, when Pauline Pelly, when she walked into the room, he said, even I was scared of her. He said I would shake and I'd be scared that she would be mad at me. And so that's how my mom was. So she was a big influence in my life and staying into the program no matter with my addiction. And so I was able to become. I had a really good life. I had even though with. And it wasn't like every day falling around kind of alcoholic. It was weekend drinking, partying. And so that's what I did right till my late 40s. And so I'm not going to follow the script. I'm just gonna tell you what I do. And I just don't follow scripts. I just speak from my heart. But that's how my mom taught me. She said before she passed away, we were standing beside her, and she said, "My girl, someday you're going to be asked to speak." She said, "I'm going to leave you some of my gifts of speaking to me and my sister Linda and all my sisters actually." She said, I'm going to share with you my gift of speech that the Creator gave me. And she said, use it well. But before you speak anywhere, she said, speak to me and I will be there with you in spirit. And I could feel her spirit every time I talked to people. And so I'm not as good an orator as she was. She made people laugh and cry and told funny stories about herself, but I like to. I'm really happy that I'm able to reach the people that I reach. So with my life with intergenerational trauma, I work in Saskatoon. There was somebody at the CBC that did a special about me relative to Truth and Reconciliation, and she was CBC National News, and she said. If you Google me, you could see it there. It says, cultural advisor advises the most powerful organizations and the most vulnerable. And that's my life. As I speak, I do about 7 to 10 sharing circles in Saskatoon. In brief detox, people that are detoxing from alcohol and drugs, women that are being pimped out, women that are being coerced into gangs, women that have lost their children to apprehension, women that are living in domestic violence, women that are being sexually abused. So those are the people that are very close to my heart, and those are who I work with. And I always say I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about it in this circle as well, because we can't forget the people. I speak on behalf of those that don't have a voice. I started walking again here. I walk about 5 to 8 miles a day, and this morning already there's people out there that are covered up and sleeping on the sides. So and we forget about them. We're educators. We're sitting in our offices. I was sitting at SIT in my ivory tower I was there for years and years and years, not knowing that only 3 or 4 blocks away there's my people are suffering. And so, I mean, I know this is relative because we can't forget about them. They have children that are going to be educated someday. They have children that are hopefully be our leaders someday. So I encourage the parents to try to change their lives around, so that I'm an example. But by the grace of God, I could have been one of those people laying there. By the grace of God, I could have been one of those people that were sitting in the jails. You know what? We're because of intergenerational trauma, we didn't ask for this life. It happened to us. It happened to us through colonization, racism, all the things that brought us here. We didn't. And Chief Sanderson, or Saul Sanderson, Senator, he's my uncle. Him and my mom adopted each other years ago, and I've known him many years since he had thick black hair. And I've known him when he was a very young and very loud politician already. He hasn't changed, and in fact got more powerful as he got older. But a brilliant mind. Like, I'm 70 years old and I'm already losing my mind. And like, he's in his 80s and he remembers all these years, like in the 1400s the doctrine of discovery and a papal bull and everything that happened right till present. Like we get 500 years of history in half an hour. So keep listening to him. He's got a really good idea of colleges, and when I look at the future of our institutes, nothing about us without us. We need to always be. You have to include the Indigenous people. You have to include the old people, where a lot of us are dying off already. How long are Saul and I going to be around? Like the people have to take over, and one of the things that I've been pushing is the 7 sacred teachings, and one of them is wisdom. I had the wisdom to be the last to speak because I was just going to say what they all said. and usually when I sit with Gilbert Q-Step, I say, Gilbert, you talk first, and then when it's my turn, I'll say what Gilbert said. So anyways, and another one I was thinking of is courage. One of the Verna, I've listened to you for years, and this lady is known all over the world on anti-racism, and I've listened to some of the podcasts that are worldwide, and the courage and the wisdom to change the world in the way you have, and it's so, and I hope you keep your voice alive as maybe someday as an elder or whatever, but just to even listen to those people. And here's Gordon Martel. When I was working with the Saskatchewan Health Authority, I still work with them. Came and to our whole group and talked to the Health Authority on how we can work with the 7 sacred teachings, because that's how we were raised when we were little. The 7 sacred teachings before colonization, and if we lived with those 7 sacred teachings, we wouldn't have the chaos we have today. We would not be overrepresented in the healthcare system. We would not be overrepresented in criminal justice or child apprehension. Our children are being apprehended faster, higher than even in residential schools. And so when we look at the calls to action, we have to really take it seriously, because those calls to action came from 6,000 survivors. The 3 commissioners went across Canada for 2 or 3 years, whatever, and that's where those calls to action come from. And so you never forget that dark past. People still don't believe it. People still say, "Oh, that's all made up. It didn't exist." And sometimes things happen to open the eyes of our people, including the discovery of the graves. And Chief Cadmus Delorme was seen worldwide when they discovered the 215 bodies or graves. And another one is the catalyst. There's different people that are the orange shirt lady from BC, and my granddaughter Isabella Kulak, who was shamed for wearing her little ribbon skirt when she was only 9 years old in Kamsack school. She went to school. She was so proud of her little ribbon skirt. One of my nieces made her. She said, "We're gonna have orange formal day. I want to wear a ribbon skirt." And so she whipped up a beautiful set of clothes for her, and they pressed them and put them on and got ready for formal school day. Was the last day before Christmas. So this was a couple years ago, and Isabella was so proud of her little ribbon skirt. She slept with it. In the morning of the formal day, they could hardly keep her inside even before the school was open. And so finally, she went to her school wearing her ribbon skirt, just so happy and just so proud, thinking, everybody's going to look at me and I'm going to be the best dressed ever because nobody else is going to be wearing ribbon skirts. And so she went into her classroom, and as soon as she went into the classroom, she was just proud, and the teacher called her over. "Isabella, get over here." Isabella she thought, that, oh my God, she's going to tell me how pretty I look. And she said, "You cannot be dressed like that." 9 years old, this little girl. "You cannot be dressed like that. This is not formal. You should be dressed like these other little girls. You cannot do that." And so she was told to go home. And she went home and she just cried her little eyes out that night. And so my sister called me, and she told me what happened, and I was just livid. I didn't know what to do. And I grew up with love. And as I sit here, I love everybody. That I don't have any anger toward anybody, but I felt pretty close to just feeling so much remorse for what happened to her. Like this lovable, cute little girl. Some of you probably have seen her in the papers now, but I put it on Facebook. I put the little story on Facebook, and by the time I woke up in the morning, my son said, "Mom, there's 8,000 shares on your what you wrote about Isabella." And all I wrote in there was that it wasn't in anger. I thought about it, and I contemplated on it, and I asked Creator, don't let me feel anger. Don't let me feel any fire that's out there. Help me to understand. And by morning, I knew that I was doing the right thing, that I was asking Creator, and clear as day, educate her, forgive her. And so we reached out to the teacher and we asked her to. She was an EA. She was 19 years old. She was not a full-fledged teacher, because when in my anger I was talking about teachers being in loco parentis, in a place of parents. And how could a parent ever do this to a child, just destroy her little heart? So that's what happened. And by December 18th to January 4th, I got, I don't know how, hundreds of calls from media, from all across Canada, in fact, all over the world, from New Zealand, from the United Kingdom, from Japan, all over the world. I got calls, and I went on a lot of Zooms from different places all over across Canada, and she did get calls herself, even from the Prime Minister. That Prime Minister Trudeau talked about her in the morning and said, "A brave little girl, little Isabella Kulak." And so now one of the senators, Senator McCollum, took it upon herself to take it to Parliament, and this January 4th now became National Ribbon Skirt Day, where women are encouraged to wear ribbon skirts. And there's no real big rules about ribbon skirts. I know some there is, but ask if you want to wear one. Just ask the elder or whoever you know. You don't have to be Indigenous, but as long as you're very respectful of them, and ask elders, ask somebody that. That's why we always say that. So there's things that have happened that are a catalyst for change, and things that people are put into places, and people are gifted with different things. These people sitting here, very much dedicated and gifted to some of the work that's put in front of us. This young man, you're all awesome people. Creator gave you gifts, and. I'm just going to make it short now and just say, live according to the 7 sacred teachings. If you don't know them, Google them. And if you want to hear about Isabella Kulak, she is growing up to be a catalyst for change. She's found her voice. She goes on. She belongs to some national groups, and when she's old enough, I'm hoping that she'll come and live with me, and I can help her to move up with some of my contacts. I've made so many contacts in my lifetime here, especially since in 2015 when I retired from SIIT. I asked the Creator to put me where I should be, and I smudged and I prayed, and within 2 hours I got a job offering with mental health and addictions with the Saskatchewan Health Authority. So I currently work for them. I also do a lot of work with the U of S. I really thank ITEP and the people that work there, as well as all the other organizations. I work with the Edwards School of Business, the College of Medicine, Holly Graham with research, the Health Quality Council, the First Nations University of Canada. I'm an elder counselor. I'm also, I work with RCMP as elder guidance, and I'm also a civilian member of the Saskatoon City Police. And this is a funny story. When they were doing my fingerprints, because I had to do it like anybody else, like to become a civilian member, they took my fingerprints, and then we went to do the security check, and there was what year was that? When I was 17 years old, I assaulted a police officer. So, oh my God, I thought I didn't know it would be on there. But anyways, Chief Cooper was beside me, and he said, "Oh, Judy, well, just overlook that one." but you never know. I know when I was starting ITEP and applying for all the jobs, I didn't apply for a pardon, but that one popped up when I went to the city police. So I still work for all those organizations, and I want to say how proud I am to be a Saskatoon citizen, a citizen of Saskatoon, and this community that embraces me, the allies, the wonderful allies, and the people that are doing the work with, the calls to action, the mayor, the chief of police, and the head of the fire department, the chief there as well. They all work so hard. Like, we have so many people, like the Office of the Treaty Commissioner, the City of Saskatoon, that work so hard with us to do those calls to action. We're going to be having the raising of the flag again at the City Hall, and all kinds of, I think we have also missing and murdered Indigenous women we can't forget. We have to always remember the orange shirt that we hopefully, this year it's going to be September again. It's not going to be on June 21st, it'll be in September, the Orange Shirt Day. So there's just thousands and thousands of people that showed up at the park this last year, and I cried because it was just a sea of orange everywhere. So it's Saskatoon is definitely a good place to be, and I'm very proud to be from here and to have met so many people. And another thing is I'm Anishinaabe Kwe, and I'm very proud of that. I'll never, ever be ashamed of that, ever. And neither am I ashamed of the things that happened to me with alcoholism and my sexual abuse, all those things. Those are all the past, and I've learned to forgive, because in my circles, I talk about forgiveness. I talk about gratitude, because all the people that are out there suffering have something that's festering in their lives that haven't forgiven, so they're using alcohol, they're using drugs, they're using all these things to forget all those horrible things. So that's what I do. And as I speak, I think there's already about 24, 25 students that are either in ITEP or Polytechnic, University of Saskatchewan, or First Nations University that used to be meth addicts that are now in university, have left abusive relationships, have quit drinking and drugging, and are now, doing well. Because, and I'm not the one that does it, it's the Creator. But I think the Creator, I use that part of my life as a catalyst for change for these young women. There's Judy Pelly, that was once a drunk, sexually abused, put up with domestic violence, all those things. You can do it too. And about a year ago, a little over a year ago, I was 220 pounds. And I was talking about holistic health, mental, physical, emotional, and here I was spiritual. And here I was trying to talk to these people that were dealing with obesity, and they were talking to me, can you talk to us about this? And here I am sitting there, like, and then I thought, you know what? The next day I woke up and I walked the talk. I've never stopped walking, and I've lost 47 pounds. So and since I've lost weight, a whole bunch of my women in the circles have lost weight as well. And I promote the children. There's so many challenges. The price of food, I can't even believe those people on limited income could feed their children fruit and vegetables. It's crazy. So we need to keep them in our prayers. And another very important thing before I close is that karma. Karma is alive. Karma is alive and well, no matter what. If it's evil, if it's good, it'll come back to you tenfold, hundredfold. So, when you see people, reach out to them, help them, and help them, like, if you can in any way, like, not enabling, but helping people to get it in a good way. And again, I wouldn't be able to do all this stuff had it been for Cecil King offering me to be in ITEP and doing getting the education I can, because I could sit up here with the deans and I could sit down here with my people, but this is where my heart is, totally. And thank you very much. Miigwech.
So thank you very much for all of our panelists and sharing their language, their culture, their stories, where they are today, where they have been. And so one more round of applause for Shirley, Trevor, Judy, and Marnie.
Okay, well, Tansei Nitotamak, hello friends, my name is Gordon Martel. I'm from the Waterhen Lake Cree First Nation, and I'm a lecturer in the Department of Educational Administration. Mostly, I guess, associated with the TRC event celebrating the 50th anniversary of ITEP is that I graduated from ITEP in 1990. And so being part of the event was a great celebration, probably somewhat emotional in a lot of ways as well, just to hear the victory stories that came out of the last 50 years, and so much resonated in terms of community development and I guess my own personal, social, and professional development as well. But being asked to bring some statements forward in terms of the experience of the event is, again, a humbling experience. And I just have a few thoughts that I hope resonate with the audience. But the narratives that were shared from the elders, the panelists, and the guest speakers, as well as the staff, really reminded me of the foundations of ITEP. And the foundation of ITEP, I think sometimes we forget, and that's why the event was so important to remind us that it was really about nationhood building. Keep in mind that ITEP was early after the days of Indian control of Indian education being articulated by the Assembly of First Nations, then the National Indian Brotherhood. And so the pedigree or the foundations of ITEP, I think, are really important to continually remind ourselves of, that there's something more than just participation in the academy. ITEP was developed as a nationhood building exercise, and that resonated so much with the speakers and the early proponents and architects of ITEP as well. Another kind of foundational statement that really emerged for me was the notion of ITEP coming into a space that wasn't welcoming 50 years ago. ITEP has had 50 years of developing teacher education at the confluence of Western and Indigenous education. And that's a tough space, tougher 50 years ago. But I think appraising the contributions of ITEP today, you really have to think about where ITEP has come from and occupied that space. And that's a courageous space to be in. And that's so much the story of ITEP, challenging constructs of Western education and making place for Indigenous education in the academy and in school divisions and in the Western education system as a whole. Another narrative that kind of came through the testimony of the day was the resistance narrative. And again, I think sometimes we forget about that ITEP wasn't a gift handed down from the university or government. It was a conquest. It was a claiming exercise, claiming space. Mr. Saul Sanderson really described that well, that it was an expectation and a demand of the university to create a space for Indian teacher education at the time. And so that notion of resistance and changing the narrative in schools, that Indigenous ways of knowing, being, and doing are valid and need to be represented within the context of the university and in the context of teacher education. So I think we were reminded at the event of that resistance pedigree, or that resistance leadership, and we need to understand that and make sense of it and continue to honor that brave foray into an unknown space as well. In terms of the testimony that looked forward, there were some interesting concepts that were shared. And what I distilled that as is redefining the relationship. After 50 years, redefining the relationship with the university, redefining the relationship with the College of Education, redefining the relationship with the publicly funded and First Nations education systems, redefining the relationship with the communities. And what I mean by that is that I think that the reciprocity needs to be enhanced, where ITEP adapted a lot to fit into to teacher education, fit into the Western constructs of teacher education. I'm not sure, as an ITEP grad and someone who's been close to the program for many years, in fact decades, I'm not sure that the systems have honored that reciprocity, honored the gift of ITEP, and that they've adapted accordingly. And so I guess what I heard was the need for a greater reciprocity, a greater exchange, and greater reciprocal learning, so that ITEP isn't the only one that's doing the learning. The university setting and the public and band-controlled education systems are also doing the learning based on what ITEP has achieved and the space they continue to occupy, make sense of, and succeed in. Another part of redefining the relationship, I was sharing a narrative with someone at the event that if ITEP was an architect program, an architectural education program, we would see the difference in the university, right? We'd see a lot of buildings built in a circular linear fashion. We'd see a lot of buildings that look like the Gordon Oaks Red Bear Center, right? Because it's teacher education, you don't see it as much, right? So it still begs the question, has the university and has the College of Education and has teacher education at scale adapted enough in terms of the contributions of ITEP? And so there's something spatial or structural that I think about in terms of what ITEP is and does, and how has it changed the landscape. I think there's lots of celebration stories that need to be told in this 50th year and beyond about the victories that ITEP has brought based on its contributions. And so I hope that metaphor isn't too abstract, but I'm trying to make sense of the contributions of ITEP to the sector. And so lastly, and what really came to light in the afternoon sessions of the event were, I tried to think about what ITEP would look like in the next 50 years. And that's a long time. But to think about from today forward, how do we go forward and what do we aspire to? Maybe that's a better way of putting it. What do we aspire to in the next 50 years? And what I made sense of is that how do we define ITEP? And I think in a more fundamental way, ITEP needs to be defined by its cultural, ceremonial, kinship, epistemological models. So again, the epistemology and the philosophy of teacher education, I think it's already there in ITEP. I think it just needs to be better articulated so that we know what it is and does. Not just in the practical, but in the philosophical and in the worldview and kind of thought patterns of what teacher education is all about. So I think that the next 50 years there should be greater definition of what ITEP is, based on its epistemological roots. I also think that there was lots spoken about the resiliency of people that have been associated with ITEP, students, faculty, leadership, communities, and I think that what the witnesses of the day talked about was the holistic nature of the program. I think there's space now in the next 50 years to think about that ITEP emerges as a holistic education program. By mandate, that it's given a renewed mandate and of course the corresponding resourcing to be able to really articulate what holistic education is about. And so that's another kind of theme that came through in terms of the next 50 years. I also think, and I've spoken about this a little bit, but that the next 50 years should be characterized by more influence and alignment of ITEP with the broader college and university settings, so that ITEP should have more of a backflow kind of influence and that reciprocal influence. So I think there's room and space and time to be thinking about the contributions of ITEP. But lastly, I'll finish off where I started. Started off talking about the nationhood of ITEP and the kind of the foundation it was built upon. And I think that ITEP as a catalyst to achieve Indigenous and treaty rights and to actualize Indigenous and treaty rights and to actualize schools as places of equity, participation and outcome for Indigenous students. I think those are characteristics of ITEP that need to be defined in a greater way in the program and come to define the program as well. I think that they do that. That was evident in the testimony that we heard, that ITEP does achieve, it's part of Indian control of Indian education. It's part of achieving and reinforcing our inherent and treaty rights, but it also has been a major catalyst for supporting student success. And so these attributes are worth talking about, theorizing, writing, and developing a model of ITEP that's really resilient and really honors the first 50 years. So I'll stop there, but I'll just say that it was an honor to be called to make comment on the day. And there was such rich learning, and I hope that this feedback and this statement offers some perspective on the great learning that transpired, and look forward to the next 50 years.
Tansei Ninbushu, my name is Alicia Monroe Sutherland, and my spirit name is Moon Lodge Singing Woman. I am a mother to two, an Indigenous social worker from FNUNIV, and I'm currently in my 4th year of studies in the Indian Teacher Education Program at the University of Saskatchewan. So I was invited here today to, I guess, share my experience of what I witnessed at the internal TRC forum that happened a couple weeks ago. So I wanted to share something personal that I have been through and experienced and what kind of led me here today. So over 20 some years ago, I was just a little girl on this campus coming here with my single mother to her classes. So I was sitting, listening, and observing. And now 20 some years later, here I am today attending the University of Saskatchewan, becoming a teacher, following her footsteps as well too. So I think that's something that I heard while I was at the forum, which was very beautiful. A lot of similar experiences of their parents or grandparents, first generation university students, and them leading that path for the younger generations that are coming after them. So I'm 2nd generation on my mom's side to attend university, and the first on my dad's side to attend university. So I'm currently in the Indian Teacher Education Program, and I'm a very proud ITEP student and soon to be graduate. I will be graduating this June, and I'm going to be a secondary teacher, and my major is Indigenous Studies and my minor is art. So I just wanted to say that I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for those who came before me, and I wanted to acknowledge them because they helped to make this path possible and this path easier to walk on. So I want to say thank you for everyone that was there today, and thank you for all Indigenous peoples who came before me to make this path easier for me, and for their continuous hard work and determination. All right, so I wrote this poem in one of my ITEP classes, and I want to share it all with you today. So Indigenous excellence, what is Indigenous excellence? You are Indigenous excellence. Sitting in this room in a system that tried to kill the Indian out of the man, the seeds they tried to bury, coming full force with ancestral knowledge, love, and power, you are Indigenous excellence. Breaking barriers and unhealthy learned cycles, trailblazing a path, being positive role models, making it easier for the ones to come after us, you are Indigenous excellence. Revitalizing our cultures, languages, and kinship systems, working towards becoming the leaders our society deserves and needs, creating a space that is safe and inclusive for all within today's world. You are Indigenous excellence, Indigenous peoples, modern warriors. You are the answered prayers of our ancestors. You are Indigenous excellence. And it's important for me to remind our youth what they are capable of, and that we are not just our trauma, and that we are more than our trauma, and that we were also given gifts from our parents, our grandparents, and our ancestors, gifts of love, power, resiliency, and strength. So this is something that I learned during my time in the Indigenous Social Work program at FNUNIV, but also during my time here in the ITEP program at the University of Saskatchewan. And I feel very blessed and grateful for these Indigenous programs, specifically ITEP. The guidance, support, and knowledge they have given me truly means a lot. This program helps students to strengthen their identity, belonging, and community. ITEP truly has the power to change lives. So with that, I have lots of hope and see ourselves thriving in our traditional systems once again. Thank you.
Good afternoon. These are my notes from the day we had together. When I told Verna, Dr. St. Dennis, that I was a witness, she told me to speak from the heart. So I will, with notes, because my heart won't recall what my brain wrote. When the people of ITEP were talking earlier, someone read that one of the students of ITEP had said, "My heart was transformed." That might be a theme for me today. We started in a good way, and it was made clear that Dr. Jensen Williamson wanted the word love in the land acknowledgement. I am glad that she was adamant. I made some bullet points throughout the day. Today was framed around reconciliation, and ITEP is reconciliation lived. Personal stories were woven around Indian control of education, and the personal is so important and an aspect of every part of today. Indian control of education is about control of identity. We must stay close, find the flow, and step forward. These are good words for community. Yvette Arcand used the words riled up, and it drove home for me that the act of reconciliation should rile us up. 3,000 students have graduated, and those 3,000 students from ITEP are people who have faces and names, and they have taught thousands and thousands of children and youth, and that is a good thing because we have an obligation to children. ITEP is future-looking and culturally comprehensive. The history of Indian control of education is so important to understand. It shapes the future, and inherent rights implies responsibility. There is a complex history that shapes the present and constrains us, and it is very clear how politics always shape human experience. I was reading a paper the other day, and a line stood out for me, and it was, Alouette scholar Eve Tuck and Wayne Young describe solidarity is an unreserved, uneasy, and unsettled matter that neither reconciles present grievances nor forecloses future conflict. This day, that day, was an amazing day. Thank you.
Danse gakiauket tam skatnoao Kuniswatni Nitsiga Sun Migsuate Kotinia. My name is Kunis Watney. I am from the Red Pheasant Cree Nation on Treaty 6 territory in the homeland of Métis. I am also the Indigenous Student Liaison Officer at the University of Saskatchewan. The 2023 Truth and Reconciliation Internal Forum at the University of Saskatchewan focused on celebrating 50 years of ITEP and celebrating the success of the Indian Teacher Education Program and the importance of Indian control over education. I am a second generation ITEP grad. I graduated in 2020 and my father graduated in 1989 and then my brother graduated in the 2000s from the Indian Education Program. But I think it's important to mention that ITEP not only creates teachers, they create leaders, and it's a wonderful program that connects you to your culture and keeps you deeply rooted in your traditions and the values, but it also gives you so much more opportunity and can open the doors to become anything that you really want to be. The mamowi asohtetan forum was inspiring, thought-provoking, and very emotional. A key component that really stuck out and I think resonated with a lot of people in attendance on the day was the living room visits. There's a lot of knowledge that can be shared from just sitting and visiting with other Indigenous people of all ages and having the opportunity to sit and listen in a comfortable and casual setting and allow these Indigenous leaders to, share their stories and their experiences. There is so much to take away from that. There's still a lot of work to do, and the road to reconciliation is a long one, but the theme of the mamowi asohtetan Truth and Reconciliation Forum is let us cross this road together, let us cross this together. And I was always taught that our feet point forward, so that's the way we need to go. So as long as we continue this relationship of mutual respect and put in the work, we can make change.
We're going to ask Nelda McIntyre to come forward. There we are. She's going to talk a little bit about the gift that we are giving to ITEP. And then we have a special surprise right after that. So I'm going to turn it over to Ms. McIntyre.
I just want to share a little bit about the blanket I made. And may the students feel the love, peace of our ancestors and our Creator God. Whether they are writing their first exam or paper, or for some, their last. As they lay their eyes on the star blanket, as they walk past it, again, my wish for them is that they feel loved, grounded, and connection to their roots. May they feel the warmth of the sun when the pressures of getting an education becomes too much, or the homework load is too heavy. May they feel the prayers of our ancestors, encouraging them to persevere. May the printed material spark memories of their kokums, skirts, warm hugs, cups of warm tea mixed with just the right amount of cream and sugar. Looking at the colors of the four directions to remind them that the teachings of the medicine wheel is very important right now, so that they can be balanced. And when they look at the star in the center, that it will lead them back home so they can help their people to be strong leaders with the education they received, like the Star of Bethlehem that led the kings to our Savior. May they always feel the connection.
Thank you, Nelda McIntyre, for creating this beautiful blanket. And this blanket has been gifted to the Indian Teacher Education Program on behalf of the university, and hopefully will be hung in a prominent space within their program. So thank you, Nelda, for your beautiful words and the creation of this blanket.
Hello? Okay. Okay, so our last, we have gifts for all the ITEP staff because they, again, tirelessly every day, making sure that every student is cared for, is attended to, and meets whatever deadlines and successes that they choose for themselves. And so we're so grateful for all the work that you do. But with a great team, you always have a great leader. And most of the time, leaders that are amazing push their team in front of them. They push them to do great things. And that's Yvette. Yvette does that every day. So we have a special gift for you to thank you for all the work that you've done, for all of the students that you've supported, and all the faculty and staff and administrators that you continually hug and care for. So we're so grateful for the work that you do. This is a blanket that's also made by Nelda. We had the material on the inside printed with the gifted symbols for the university, so that she has that to remember every day. So at this time, we would love for ITEP staff, students to come forward, and we have the honor song being sung by Harvey Thunderchild, and he's brought 2 helpers with him as well. So we're going to honor ITEP and its staff and students. So please come forward.
I tell you, short people. But the mga nanaskumun, mamotay mamyugis kan suemigo. Ego manegi gibedo chiketeya, kananaskuma chik kumusum pannog. Mugis kan suemigo. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's good to be here. I was always told to acknowledge our Creator in your language and acknowledge Him for the days that He's given us. Mother Earth, the beautiful day out there, looks like the sun is shining. But first of all, I guess I'd like to thank ITEP. I'd like to thank Angela for her work and her team of all the good work that she's done. I'm a part of the task force that she's had created. I've worked with Angela for the last couple of years now, and ironically, we met in the arena with her son playing hockey and my grandson playing hockey. And I think this is where we got to know each other from some of the work that we do here today. Exceptional work, and the exceptional team that you have there, Angela. Keep up the good work. I guess what I'm here for is to talk about late Tyrone Tutusas. Late Tyrone Tutusas had given a song to ITEP. And I think of Boss Gardaby, that's here, who was one of the initial group, Wild Horse, that sang that first song that was created by by late Tyrone Tutusas. But I will, as he's singing, maybe on the second verse, I'll tell you what the Cree words mean within that song. And I'll explain to you as much as I can. The higher education. Higher learning of institution. A treaty right to education. Let's all give a war cry to celebrate and rejoice. An individual of collective journeys in seeking independence. And these are the words that Tyrone Tutusas has given to the ITEP program, and some of the words that Boss had originally made this song for Tyrone. So with that, I think, Tyrone was very instrumental in a lot of stuff I had a chance to work with. He's my uncle. And of all the stuff that we did in Waniskewen, not only for a movie that we did there called Dancing with Spirits back in 2007, and Tyrone was instrumental with that. And I think of Wild Horse being a group that were there to sing. And everything else that Tyrone has touched had a lot of meanings in the course of the years of his lifetime. And it's unfortunate a young man to leave with us with the legacy that he has. And I think with that, I thank you for taking the time to listen and appreciate that. Thank you, Angela, for your team and everything else. Yvette, your staff, thank you. Always a smile, this lady. Thank you very much.